It is exactly 6 o'clock and welcome to this Tuesday's edition of Good Morning Namibia. I am Lot Tabanamata. It's a pleasure to be in your company this morning, and we are coming to you live from Kellinan Street, Northern Industrial, in the nation's capital.
I'm Ilago Shitatala, also a pleasure to be in your company given the circumstances. We on NBC continue to pay homage to the founding president who left us on the 8th of February 2025, and up until the time that he is buried, the NBC will ensure that all our programs are in honor of the late founding president.
Indeed, yesterday we saw the opportunity that with the hosting of the 5th Regional Memorial that was hosted in the Nujoma region, seeing Namibians from all walks of life, specifically earmarked for the regions of Oshikoto, Kunene, and Omaheke, as well as the Nujoma region.
Yes, and that's because the casket of the late president containing his remains is unable, due to logistical issues, travel to all 14 regions. Therefore, the Namibian government has strategically selected 7 regions that the casket could travel to for these particular memorial services.
Indeed, Denver Kissing yesterday had an opportunity to engage. That is the Prime Minister also indicating that due to logistics, it was not possible to go to each and every region. We do know that the body is currently lying in state, and we anticipate a few minutes or so, whatever, from now, they will definitely be starting with a procession to move the body. We know that it's earmarked to go to, the remains are earmarked to go to, that is Walvis Bay, that is for the Orongo region. Again, the Orongo region will also cover that is possibly parts of Kunene as well again. And parts of Kunene were also covered in terms of when the first memorial was held at the Tunda in Onkanjira in the Umsati region.
That's correct, Lot. Of course, the body, as you've indicated, is lying in state at Omulunga Stadium in Grootfontein. Yesterday, a memorial service was held in honor of the late founding president. We saw various speakers hailing the man that was and just sharing different stories and also messages of condolences to the family and the rest of the Namibian nation for the loss of the founding president. The body, as you have indicated, is still lying in state and will travel to Walvis Bay Airport, where the 6th memorial service will be held. Thereafter, we expect the body to travel to the Karas region tomorrow for the 7th memorial service. This is before the national or official memorial service that will be taking place this coming Friday in the capital city.
Now, we do know that the memorial for tomorrow, Keda, that is for the Karas region as well as the Hardap region, ensuring that all 4 corners of the country are indeed included, and no specific region, whether individual or joined together, will miss out on this opportunity. Yes.
Now, Lot, the body is traveling to Walvis Bay, like we've indicated, but Walvis Bay is also a very significant town in Namibia, or city for that matter, one that also plays a significant role when it comes to the history that is told about Namibia. What can you tell us about Walvis Bay?
Now, well, we know it played a significant role in Namibia's struggle for independence. It was only transferred to Namibia from South Africa on the 1st of March 1994, following years of negotiation. Although Namibia gained independence on the 21st of March 1990, Walvis Bay and the nearby Penguin Islands remained under the South African control until 1994. In 1992, South Africa and Namibia, of course, reached an agreement to jointly administer the exclave, paving the way for the eventual transfer of this sovereignty to Namibia. Now, the transfer of Walvis Bay sovereignty was a crucial step in the journey to Namibia's full independence. And we know around about 1994, it is when Nelson Mandela was elected as president of South Africa, and also ushering a new period. We know that Walvis Bay was crucial for the defense forces of South Africa. We know currently right now, Dr. Sem always used to speak about the fact that it is a frontier of commercial hub for some parts of SADC. We know that countries like Botswana receive their goods through the Walvis Bay Harbour. For instance, Zambia has no access to the sea, Zimbabwe, and the list is endless. But the most also interesting and crucial part is the fact that many of our stalwarts also have worked in Walvis Bay. We know Nathaniel Mahulili resided in Walvis Bay. We know that Ben Amadira, who was part of the OPO leadership when it was being established, eventually SWAPO, with Peter Nanyemba were in the leadership within Walvis Bay. And equally, the interesting thing is that the man who led the negotiation of the transfer of Walvis Bay into Namibia is none other than Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the current head of state.
Other leaders who also hail from Walvis Bay is the late founding president who moved to Walvis Bay at the age of 12 to stay with his aunt, who was, we've understand, was ill at the time. And he also ended up working there. And it is in Walvis Bay that he learned about politics during the World War II when troops were there and he was engaging them. And he found out about, you know, the concept of politics, the concept of war, the concept of negotiation, and also perhaps, I know he has indicated that he found out about the possibility of having freedom and independence through leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, but it was in Walvis Bay where he learned of the idea and of the possibility of engaging in politics.
Indeed, Walvis Bay invoked his spirits towards the fight towards liberation, indeed playing as a crucial centerfold for all those many icons such as that is Ben Amadira, who have also contributed to our liberation struggle, also hailing that is from Walvis Bay indeed. And these were some of the people that also engaged Sam Nujoma in his early years when he fell in love with politics and decided that this is the route that he wants to take. We also spoke on Sunday, particularly we spoke to Hela Ondadi, who was responsible for raising these funds to ensuring that Nujoma was able to escape from Namibia. So many people that he met through that journey when he went to Walvis Bay. He explained how he was working for the Boers, how he was making, you know, money. You know, how they were talking about the fact that they were earning something around about, I can't remember the exact number, between 8 shillings or 10 shillings, something like that. And, you know, they were underpaid. But, you know, that's also where he got to the opportunity to see the unjust contract labor system that other colleagues that were joining him on the war to liberation obviously were complaining about, that, you know, it was the only form of employment. We were not happy, but it was still exploitive.
No, Walvis Bay definitely played that significant role in Namibia's independence. Now, considering that we are expecting the military route procession to proceed, that is to Walvis Bay, we just want to give you an idea of what that route would look like. So if you do find yourselves around that area, so that you can understand what it would look like and where you can stand to catch on and obviously wave goodbye, sing songs of praise and farewell to the late founding president during that military route procession. Well, the procession will depart from Walvis Bay Airport, turning right into the C14 road towards Walvis Bay town. It will then proceed along Union Street, passing through Rikumbi Kandanga before continuing on Union Street and turning right onto Johnson Mabakeng Street. From Johnson Mabakeng Street, the procession will continue straight onto Sem Nujoma Drive. It will then make its way through Kwisipmond, navigating the roundabout before turning left onto Nathaniel Mahwilili. The final stretch of the journey will lead to Kwisipmond Stadium, where the memorial service will be held in honor and remembrance of the late founding president. So please, there you have the route. Go stand on the roads. This is the final moment that we have, the only opportunity that you will have of this kind before the late will be buried on the 1st of March.
It is anticipated that those remains will be arriving at the stadium as early as 12:20. We anticipate that everything should go fine. I saw yesterday's program went very smoothly, finished on time, while there was still light in the sky. We know there were showers again. Yes.
I think that is what stood out also. There were showers in Rundu, but the showers that were experienced in Oshadunjupa, I think, were just heavy. And some of the leaders that were interviewed on our platforms also indicated that since the aircraft left, that is Katima Mulilo, that it started raining in Grootfontein up until the procession when it was taking place, and throughout the memorial service. On our screens you could see that there were some few light showers, but it was an interesting memorial service.
Indeed. Now, also not forgetting that we do know that the 27th of February, there will be some activities, street procession specifically, right here in the nation's capital. Yesterday, we saw a public notice being issued out by the police, which indicates that there will be a full-scale rehearsal tomorrow, which is today, the 25th, in preparation for the street procession on the 27th. Now, the procession will start from Hosea Kutako International Airport and all identified roads in Windhoek. Therefore, motorists are advised to take the necessary precautions and be patient. Now, in terms of those processions, we do know that the procession will start at Hosea Kutako International Airport and then will drive via Trans-Kalahari Corridor, B6 Road, and then slide into Sam Nujoma Drive, Mandume the Mufaya Road, and then David Hosea Merero Road, Hendrik Vetboy Drive, Moses Karweb Street, Winnie Matikizela Road, Independence Avenue, Sam Nujoma Drive into Robert Mugabe Drive, and lastly, that is to Parliament Gardens. So in terms of those processions, we're expecting them to start from roundabout anytime from 7 until roundabout that is until 11:41. So that is what is expected. So there will be some sort of movements. So please, you are asked to ensure that you are patient as we prepare for the street procession that will be taking place on the 27th. So today it's all about rehearsals. Do, of course, ensure that you pave way and be patient as those security officials are busy with those rehearsals.
Very well, Lot. Well, I think we should also then inform our viewers what it is that they can expect this morning. We will be speaking to NBC reporter, that is Faith Sankwasa, who will be reporting live from Omulunga Stadium, where the late founding president's remains are currently lying in state. Now, she will just be giving us an update on what the night looked like and what the procession will be like heading to the, that is the airport. That is the Grootfontein military base, from where the remains are expected to depart to Walvis Bay. What else can we expect, Lot?
Indeed, the former regional councillor for Walvis Bay Urban Constituency, Knowledge Ipinge, will be joining us telephonically to share on his reflections on Dr. Sam Nuyoma's impact on Walvis Bay youth leadership and his legacy within the SWAPO Party Youth League.
And I understand that that interview will be taking place all the way from Walvis Bay with one of our reporters that are on standby there. We understand that our colleague Faith Sankwasa is on standby. Well, good morning, Faith. It's over to you. Well, okay, Faith is not on standby right now. We will be getting into the news shortly. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back. Now, a burial at the Heroes Eka, the country's official national shrine, is reserved for individuals who have been formally recognized as national heroes by the government. Now, this honor is bestowed on those who have gone beyond and above in contributions to the country's liberation struggle, national development, or societal well-being. Now, the decision to bestow hero status on an individual is made by the government that is based on an individual's historical impact and legacy, ensuring those that interred at the Heroes Eka reflect the values and the history of Namibia. Located about 10 kilometers south of Windhoek, Heroes Eka was inaugurated on the 26th August 2002 to serve as a symbol of patriotism and national pride. Now, the monument was established to honor and immortalize those who have played crucial role in shaping Namibia's history. Now, the first person buried at the Heroes Eka was Lieutenant General Dino Amambo, the former commander of the former chief of defense of Namibian Defense Force. Now, on the 1st of March 2025, the founding president, father of the Namibian nation, Sam Nujoma, will be buried at the Heroes Eka following a state funeral. Now, Dr. Nujoma, who died at the age of 95, led Namibia's liberation struggle as the first president of SWAPO and served as the country's first head of state from 1990 to 2005.
In more local news, a former plane fighter now living in the Kavango East region who fought on the frontline battlefields during the liberation struggle shared his memories of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. MICT Kavango East team interviewed Ndeulikufa Kalomo at his home in Rundu. Now, Ndeulikufa Kalomo, whose combat name is Hakushinda, was 20 years old when he fled from Namibia into Angola to join the liberation struggle in 1974. He received military training in 1974 at Kasapa in Angola and recounts the moments that he met Nujoma.
Now, moving beyond our borders, refugees displaced by civil war in South Sudan are returning to East African countries despite lingering security concerns. Now, the UN said over 2 million South Sudanese nationals are seeking refuge in neighboring countries. The government said it lacks funds to finalize security sector reforms according to a 2018 ceasefire deal. CGT in Africa reports.
Julius Idro spent 9 years at a refugee camp in Uganda. Returning to this village only a year ago, he is now rebuilding his life here, but says he has no regrets about his decision to come back. The 2018 peace deal provides a comprehensive repatriation plan for refugees like Idro. It is supposed to be implemented by South Sudan's government in conjunction with the United Nations. However, nearly 6 years on, the plan is yet to be implemented. And those returning on their own, like Florence, say they face many challenges. The United Nations is calling on South Sudan's government to fully implement the 2018 peace deal. The United Nations says more than 2 million South Sudanese people are refugees in neighboring countries and that many want to return home but need more assurances that it is now safe to make the journey. The government says the peace deal's implementation is expensive and it still doesn't have the funds to finalize security sector reforms. Julius Idro says he has made up his mind. Whatever the cost, he won't leave his home again.
With just a few days remaining before the late Dr. Nujoma is laid to rest, sporting affiliates continue to reflect on the profound impact of the founding president. Now former Brave Warriors player and now a prominent figure in the business world, Amos Shiuka shares his memories of Nujoma. Well, he says while traveling to Palmwag in the Kunene region for a board meeting with the Save of Rhino Trust, former Brave Warriors player Amos Shiuka received the devastating news of Dr. Nujoma's passing. Shiuka first met the founding president at a young age and had the privilege of meeting him on several occasions over the years.
Now, taking a look at your expected weather conditions, heavy to moderate storms are expected in the northeast, Nujoma and parts of the Thomas region, spreading to Omaheke region with flash floods in places. Please ensure that you take the necessary precautions. Now, the temperature in terms of the interior will be partly cloudy and very hot in the south and northwest, with a few thunder showers elsewhere, partly cloudy and warm to hot with isolated thunder showers, but scattered in the northeast of Nujoma region and parts of the Thomas region. Now, the coast will be partly cloudy and warm with showers over the central parts, while the wind will be moderate to fresh northeasterly. Tides, we can expect a low tide at 8 minutes past 7 this morning, and then a high tide at 25 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, and another low tide at 29 minutes past 7 in the evening. Sunrise is expected at 6:45 this morning, while sunset is expected at 23 minutes past 7 in the evening. Now let's take a look at your expected minimum and maximum temperatures across the various towns in the capital.
Well, it's now time for us to find out what traffic matters look like in the capital city. And for that, we are joined by Sergeant Fabian Hamukulele from the City Police Public Relations and Community Policing Section. Good morning, Sergeant. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
I'm humbled and good morning and thank you for having me.
Yesterday when we had your colleague here in the morning, they mentioned that given the rainy weather, there might be some malfunctioning traffic lights. So let's start with what the city actually looks like in terms of traffic and all that update.
Thank you. In no particular order, I'm going to start in Commercial, Katutula area.
Okay.
We have our usual Peter Enias Nanyemba Road, linking up with Reverend B.G. Kalahera Street. Here the traffic lights are completely off, coupled by Independence Avenue and Reverend B.G. Kalahera is flashing on red. And then we have road closures in the same vicinity, which is Katutura Commercial area. We are talking of Abraham Masego Street, right at the portion of Peter Enias Nanyemba and Claudius Kandovazu Street. That's right in the heart of Katutura. Then we have Mulunga and Peter Enias Nanyemba. Here, this portion, road closures again. Let's be cognizant, and I'm sure for usual motorists, they know different alternative route. If not, let's familiarize ourselves with that.
Okay.
Looking at CBD City South, here we have Nujoma Drive and Reverend Michael Scott, as well as Independence Avenue and Fidro Castro. Here the lights are flashing on red. I repeat, Nujoma Drive and Reverend Michael Scott, flashing on red, coupled by Independence Avenue and Fidro Castro. Then we have Casino Street. It's closed on both sides. Here is in CBD still, due to construction that is happening there. No entry, no accident at this hour, both in Katutura Commercial area as well as in CBD. And then we look into what was highlighted earlier by Lot.
Okay.
He spoke of that there will be a full-scale rehearsal area today, as early as 7 a.m. in preparation for the street procession, and that is today. What we are simply saying, let's familiarize ourselves with the route. I'm going to mention them as identify, but at the same time, we have platforms such as City Police, Windhoek City Police Facebook account, where you can just get the nitty-gritty in terms of the timing, as well as Nampol Facebook account. They have indicated the exact coordination as well as the time. Then the starting point is follows. Definitely it will start at Osia Kutako International Airport.
Okay.
And then the identify routes or roads are as follows. Along Nujoma, Mandumen Demfayo. Then we have David Osia Merolo. Then we have Hendrik Vetboy. Moses Galriep Road, Winnie Madikezela Mandela. And then it will come to Independence again. It will come to Independence Avenue, and then it will go towards, this rehearsal will go towards Hilton Hotel, Nujoma, Robert Mugabe, and the last stretch, it will be at the Parliament.
Okay.
Yeah, the Parliament. So very, very important for us to familiarize this. No deviation will be tolerated, and our officers, combined with Nampol officers, we are going to make sure that we arrest the situation for those that are not complying in this regard.
So, Sergeant, before we just move past this matter, what will the drill entail? Are we expected to see military vehicles? Are we expected to see soldiers during this rehearsal? What should the public expect to see during the rehearsal so that they are not alarmed?
During the rehearsal, I don't know if you have noticed, compared to previous events, usually the whole ceremonial building up to the former president, our sitting president, Dr. Hage. During this whole procession, the memorial service, the funeral, you could see on the street it was a combination of military machineries, these vehicles, heavy machineries, and then you would have city police. It's a combination of all uniform sectors that will partake to show also the force that we have in the country in an event of a war. It's a display also of our capability, and also just to fare well to our president. That's basically what it will entail. It will entail mostly of all the emergency essential services that we have in the country.
Should a motorist find themselves on a route where this procession is taking place, or the rehearsal rather, what should they do?
The noble thing to do, and as stipulated in the Traffic Act, is to immediately pull on your immediate left. You go on your immediate left if there is sufficient space, and also just to show that you are willing to comply. But the most important is to make right of way for the emergency vehicles. Very, very important this time of the procession to make sure that we are not driving with loud music, especially youngsters. They have a tendency, when they are driving, they will put the music on maximum high, and they might not see what is happening. And others have tinted their vehicles extra abnormal way. You can't even see in the rear mirrors what is happening behind. So those are the challenges. But other than that, let's really make sure that we comply to this toll order. Because these are sensitive times, and there's consequences, failure to comply.
Oh, very well. What other matters do you have to share with us?
Wow, thank you. Digging into the topic of today, we are looking at street football. Playing or allowing children to play street football, particularly in Katutula, Commercial area, is quite apparent, where you find youngsters, they are playing there, and now motorists, at times they have to drive facing oncoming vehicle because they don't want to, they want to avoid obstacles of temporarily placed stones or goalposts. So those are the challenges that we are having. And furthermore, at times these balls, they are hitting, they are damaging windows, electrical fences, and worst case scenario also, when you are in your house watching TV, you just see on your roof, the ball is sitting there. And we are just appealing to neighborhood residents of the areas to play their part. There's a lot of platforms. We have platforms such as meetings they are having in their respective neighborhood. We have WhatsApp group. They have to address those issues. And in the worst case scenario, where they've identified an habitual offenders, at times, because if you stay in the area, you will know that the Johnny's kids are the ones that are always playing football in the street. First, before you call us in, you engage the parents, or you engage the kids, you engage the parents. If there is no change of behavior, then you call us. Definitely will arrest the situation. And on another topic that I will come discuss one day is also the issue of drag racing in the street, where you find residents, they are just speeding. Remember, the speed limit is 40 kilometers in an area. And when kids are playing street football, the danger is somebody can be chased by a criminal, somebody can be chased by an officer. Maybe it's a hot pursuit. These kids are playing, it will be a catastrophe. There are situation emergency vehicles. An ambulance came to get someone at the house, or they are rushing. So all these are the possible outcome that can play out. And other aspect of it that I want to tie to it is sitting on pavement. We had recorded incidences of people that are injured because they sit on pavement, having conversation, loitering. And it's very clear, this misdemeanor is a finable offense. It's an infringement that is in our bylaw. You can be fined to it. But other than that, you also look at the aspect of your own life. You can be injured, and it's something that is really preventable, because as much as we are drivers, at times we lose concentration. I might be having issues with my girlfriend. I might be having issues at work. Whatever the matter is, my mind is not really fixated on my driving. Now I'm driving there. I might, if you are in the near proximities, standing or seated on a pavement, chances is when I try to control the vehicle, I will definitely hit you.
Or when someone is under the influence. We've seen so many incidences of drivers that are under the influence driving into fences. And if an individual is found on the pavement, like you're saying, it could be catastrophic.
Absolutely. And it's for that very reason we are appealing to youngsters, parents, to make use of designated spots where they can play their football. And we also understand that there are parks that are being used now by some people to do drugs. You can always inform us, then we clear those parks, because there's a recreational facility that maybe is not used for intended purposes. Then we come in as officers and we see how we can mitigate the situation. I think that was quite a suitcase full.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it at that. Any deviation to everything that we have mentioned, starting from the rehearsal, coordination, coming to the traffic condition for today, as well as the issues of street soccer, please do call us at 061-302-302 so that our community policing officer and foot soldiers that are designated, they are doing a shift rotation, can arrest the situation that might be of your concern. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergeant.
You are welcome.
Well, that was Sergeant Fabian Amukwelele from the City Police Public Relations and Community Policing Section, giving us our traffic update from the capital city. I think what is most important to note from this update is that the city of Windhoek, or rather within the city of Windhoek, there will be a military route procession rehearsal that is ahead of the procession that is expected to take place on Thursday in the capital city. So please take note of those routes that have been shared. If you miss them, the City Police has a Facebook page platform where they share all these details so that you are not caught within the procession when you need to be somewhere else. So please do adhere to the rules and regulations that are stipulated therein. We'll be back shortly to get an update from Faith Sankwasa. Please stay tuned.
Kalistu Ramos Alvaro Mkaroli, a PR and marketing specialist and also founder of MTC Windhoek Fashion Week and Alvaro Media Group. The one that's close to where I had an encounter with the founding father was at an event at the UNAM whereby he came to speak. And we had an opportunity to engage him and just to have a talk with him and also to understand him. And that time we had a one-on-one where I just needed to understand, his struggles, needed to understand really how he is and so forth. And his wise words that he gave us that day that we really, I think took away from that event.
I believe that one of the effective strategies to reach our goals is through educating and training our youth, especially in the scientific field, so that we can produce our own agriculturalists, medical doctors, engineers, scientists, and other technical personnel who will play an active role in the industrialization and the modernization of our economies.
The mere fact that he was humble, the mere fact that I think during his old age, he allowed the youth to engage him. He wanted to give more to the youth. And that's the fact that he allowed people, to come close to him, to greet him, and to be in his presence. That itself is quite very magnificent.
Namibia's first president, Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma.
In the name of our people, to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign and independent. I thank you.
The fact that one can sit down and proudly say that, he has made a change in my life where I'm sitting right now, that's the biggest one of all. Not everybody get an opportunity to meet somebody of that stature, somebody that has contributed not only to our country but Africa at large. So it was quite very, I think, a special occasion, and I'm thankful to have had that opportunity.
Welcome back. Now, the remains of founding President Dr. Sem Nujoma lay in state at the Ovamboland Stadium, and our colleague, that is Faith Sankwasa, is on standby to give us an update as we saw Namibians from all walks of life took advantage of the opportunity to pay their last respect. Faith, good morning, and thank you so much for making time to join us this morning.
Morning, Lord. Morning, everyone in the studio of the nation.
Faith, are you able to hear us?
You cannot see.
Faith, good morning once again. Are you able to hear us?
Good morning, Lord. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. You can proceed, please.
Yes. We're at Omolunga Stadium here this morning, marking the conclusion of the Ochozonjupa Regional Memorial Service of the founding president. I can see, I'm observing the military men and women in uniform are all here. Also in the midst, the arrival of the chairperson of the regional council. We are waiting the arrival of the chief mourner, representative of the chief mourner, that's Prophet Peter Kachagivit, including the regional governor. But to take you through while we are waiting for them, yesterday we did, the region did host the regional memorial service where we had about 7 speakers who all spoke candidly about how they loved Nujoma, how Nujoma's liberation fights, the guerrilla wars, all made them, love and make them loved who he was, and encourage them and motivate them to join the liberation movement. We did hear also a bit of the history about the influence of the liberation struggle here at the region, about the Hamakari battles at Ogakarara, and the signing of the peace treaty at Famkora outside Mutabi, including the Brazzaville Protocol that paved way to the UN Resolution 435 that ultimately got Namibia freedom and independence. Initially, the regional memorial service was targeted to have about 4,600 to 5,000 public members, but we did see an overspill with pavilions also being full to capacity. But nonetheless, everybody braved also the wet weather for yesterday.
Now we do realize, we do apologize for those that sound that's in the background. We understand that the military officials are also making preparations in terms of those processions. But however, we'll continue to engage Faith Sankwasa. They're giving us an update from Grootfontein in the Ochozonjupa region, an indication to say that approximately close to 4,000 people were able to attend. That is the memorial service yesterday. And also she indicated that over 7 speakers shared their tributes with Nujoma, all of them talking about his contribution to the liberation and independence of Namibia, and also why they loved Nujoma and why we should continue ensuring that his legacy continues to live through each and every one of us as Namibians. Now we will continue to update you as we get more news. For now, we leave you with montages of the founding president.
we continue to pay homage to the late founding president. Now, the passing of Namibia's founding president, Sem Shafishuna Nujoma, marks the end of an era for the country's liberation history. His leadership not only shaped Namibia's independence, but also played a significant role in shaping young leaders within the SWAPO Party Youth League, shortened SPYL, during his tenure. One such leader is Knowledge Ipinge, former regional councillor of Walvis Bay Urban Constituency, who was involved in youth politics during Nuyoma's presidency. He now joins us telephonically to share his reflections on Nuyoma's impact both in Walvis Bay and on Namibia's younger generation. Good morning, Mr. Ipinge. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Ipinge, what are your reflections on the passing of Namibia's founding president, that is Dr. Sem Nujoma?
I would say that we have lost a true revolutionary, a leader that spearheaded our liberation and unified the oppressed. So in my view, the founding father was a true hero who shattered the chains of apartheid, and he shaped the nation from the ashes of colonial suppression, I would say.
Now, during your time in the SWAPO Party Youth League under Nuyoma's presidency, what would you say are some of those leadership qualities that stood out to you the most from him? Some of the leaders that we have engaged on our platforms have described him as a decisive leader. What are your observations?
Okay, at that time I was still at high school during the presidential term of the founding father, so more involved in the pioneer movement, basically. So I would say that his leadership qualities, what I would single out is actually his influence on the grassroots, as well as also the charisma that fostered actually his leadership style. Because at that time, I remember meeting him the first time in 1992, and he was hosting, the Christmas parties in SWAPO. So as a pioneer at that time, there were always regular intervals whereby he would come to the coast and he would always engage with the grassroots. And that is basically what has always stood out for me as a leader. And those memories is what I've grown up with, loving the SWAPO party itself, and then also becoming a member of the Youth League itself.
Yeah. Before meeting him in 1992, what stories do you remember hearing about the late founding president? And what were the first initial perceptions that you had of him? And were they different when you met him?
Yeah, I was fortunate actually to grow up in a house where my grandparents actually had relations with the liberation struggle itself, as well as also relationship with the founding father, especially my late grandfather, Shona, who was actually part of the team that did the Namibia Day back in the 80s, together with the late Nico Bessinger and then the Nathaniel Mahwelilis. So the stories definitely were always about our liberator, and it was always about what is the reintegration of Walvis Bay, which was high on the agenda at the time. And meeting him in 1992, one would look at this individual, and I remember that one of the first things I did when I had a personal encounter with him was to touch his beard to see whether it's like Father Christmas. Because at the time there was this narrative of Father Christmas beard going off, so I attempted the very same thing with him.
I really appreciate the fact that you brought in the aspect of reintegration of Walvis Bay into Namibia in 1994, because that is what my next question was heading to. So looking at the influence that the late president had on this matter, how would you describe it?
Yes, when we're speaking of the influence itself, remember that this was actually spearheaded by him through what's called the UN Resolution 432 of 1978, which recognized Walvis Bay as part of Namibia for the first time. And then he also attended the 37th ordinary session of the Organization of African Unity in 1981, which also resolved on Namibia. So after the reintegration itself of Namibia, we have then witnessed a lot of developments spearheaded by the founding father. You're looking at things like the NAMPOT, of which even a NAMPOT Act was developed. And this was done with a vision to say NAMPOT had potential with the marginalized communities to actually overturn the economic situation of Namibia. And throughout the years, we've definitely seen the recruitment process, the empowerment, the linking of the National Youth Services with NAMPOT itself also, which was a program that he also led fully in order to ensure that after school, Namibian youth should have an opportunity to become part of the National Youth Services in order to then be prepared to get into the job market.
Now, many years down the line, given the 1992 when you first met the late founding president, you also then ended up taking on various leadership positions, including becoming councillor of Walvis Bay Urban Constituency. So were there any lessons from Nujoma's leadership that you applied in your own political career?
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I would say that one of the lessons would actually be the power of peaceful negotiation over conflict using diplomacy, and then also the Namibian constitution, which he was actually instrumental in shaping, and then the international laws. So that attribute for me of the founding father significantly shaped me a lot, especially during the COVID lockdown situation that Walvis Bay was in. And I had to find a way and means to actually navigate the ship to get the the residents out of the challenges we face. And this then required a lot of peaceful negotiations, me looking at things from another lens and not actually using the radical approach that we were used to use at the time as activists.
But looking at it now from a perspective of the economy, the late often emphasized economic self-reliance and national development. So did this inspire you in any way to, champion, and push for economic freedom?
Yes, definitely. I remember there was a time that he raised actually that we are producing a lot of female graduates, especially through the UNAM engineering campus. And then there was the concern of him, of the males actually spending more times in shebeen's and not on economic activities and actually impacting households. So that is something that has gone a long way actually in order to open our eyes as young people at the time to say our next revolution should actually be economic freedom. And that's why we've always been actually on the drive to ensure that we reach that. And there is so much work still to be done in order to achieve that.
Yeah. You've spoken about peaceful negotiation being one of those skills that you have taken on to apply within your own leadership status. But what other ways can the youth of today carry forward some of the values and visions that the late Nujoma championed? Yeah,
I would say that as youth, we should actually pledge to march forward with a radical zeal of the founding father. We should carry his torch until every shackle of exploitation, inequality, neo-colonial plunder that still haunts us today is broken. That's what we should be doing as youth. We should get to that next phase, especially with new industries currently facing us, like the oil and gas industry and all that. We should then take industries like the fishing industry as a case study and ensure that we don't repeat the very same mistakes within these new industries.
Well, Mr. Ipinge, thank you so much for making time to speak to us. We do understand that the remains of the late president are currently making its way from the stadium, that is Ovamboland Stadium in Grootfontein, to Walvis Bay. But thank you for making time to speak to us.
Okay, no, thank you for having me.
All right. Well, viewers, as you can see there on your screens, that the bearers carrying the casket containing the remains of the late founding president, as they are about to exit Omulunga Stadium in Grootfontein to take on that military route procession towards the airport, that is the Grootfontein military base. We do expect the remains to travel or to be airlifted from the military base all the way to Walvis Bay Airport, where the 6th memorial service is expected to take place that side. Now, we do see some various dignitaries there also just escorting the remains in the background, and those remains will be airlifted to Walvis Bay for a memorial service that will be taking place. Now, this is also ahead of the 7th memorial service that is expected to take place tomorrow in Keetmanshoop. We will continue bringing you updates as they unfold.
Good morning. It's exactly 7 o'clock, and we get to bring you the news at 7 with me, Lotta Manamata. Now, seismology plays a vital role in addressing natural disasters, climate change, uncertainty, and also natural resources stewardship. It is for this reason that Africa seismology experts are gathered for the 4th General Assembly of the African Seismological Commission to discuss, collaborate, and promote better coordination in regional seismic monitoring in Windhoek.
The 3-day assembly will focus on earthquake monitoring, hazard assessments, modern seismology, and Namibia seismological networks, while also exploring advancement in machine learning and data science to improve seismic data interpretation for decision-making regarding various geological hazards. It will also stimulate discussions on the latest developments, achievements, and challenges in seismology among the participants.
Implications of seismology have far-reaching and transformational implications. Although the science of seismology within the African scientific community is smaller, and we trust that that output would continue growing at least by leaps and bounds. We can't be stagnant. That compared to the rest of the world, it is my wish that the African Seismological Commission shall continue to visibly promote the science of seismology within the scientific community on the continent through collaboration, effective collaboration as they may come through during this assembly, through better resourcing. Madam President, you talked about funding. So we need to look at this mobilization of funding and how best we could fund seismology research and the related fields.
So I firmly believe that we, as the seismological community of Africa, have so much to offer society in order to understand and mitigate natural disasters, and that we should not falter in our desire and passion for research on this beautiful continent.
The African Seismological Commission was launched in 2014 by the International Association for Seismology and Physics of the Earth's Interior as a regional commission for Africa. Its mission is to promote the science of seismology within the scientific community of the African countries by promoting research studies to extend and enhance scientific cooperation and to train young scientists.
There's challenges such as funding constraints. But representations at international conferences, workshops were seriously restrained due to financial constraints. This is a challenge which must be addressed. Going forward, AFSC has prioritized our strategies in securing sustainable finances and expanded our research and capacity building efforts.
Julana Fuka, NBC News, Windhoek.
Now, members of the hearing-impaired community in Zambia have added their voice of sorrow over the passing of the founding father of the Namibian nation. Now, Deaf Bible Baptist Church, Johannes Gardner, says the impaired community too is saddened by the passing of Dr. Sam Nujoma.
Deaf Bible Baptist Church is one of the more than 25 congregations of the hearing-impaired people in Zambia. It's a Sunday and they are in service.
I am the winner. I am the winner. Yes, we are winners.
The sermons are equally well detailed.
All right, otherwise you are a stranger here in this world. Number two, the Bible teaches us if you want to be a stranger here, the Bible says in Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 23 to 24, the Bible says, be renewed in your mind. So number one, I must be born again. Number two, I must renew my mind with the Holy Spirit.
Sunday school was in session for the children.
So hi, experience has been good because she also wants the deaf children to know what she knows, as Jesus being a person said.
Deaf people can do anything, they can do everything. I think we just need to make advancements in offering opportunities to deaf people and making things more accessible, because they have the capabilities, they have the intellectual capabilities. It's just that they can't speak or hear the way that almost everyone else can.
Life from childhood hasn't been different from the people who have parents who hear, because my dad is also deaf. So it's not very different. The only difference is communication. That's all. By the way, I have 3 siblings. They all are hearing. It's only my parents.
Back in service, the sermon is over and it's time for weekly messages. They also have a message of condolences to the people of Namibia and Africa at large.
And I'm a missionary and a pastor here in Zambia. On behalf of the Deaf Bible Baptist Church of Lusaka, that I convey our condolences on the death of the founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. May God be with the people of Namibia and also the deaf community. May God give you the comfort and peace that you need at this difficult time. We are in prayers with you. God bless you.
One thing for sure, it was exciting congregating with a quiet living. Wamundira Chilinda, NBC News, in Lusaka, Zambia.
And you shall see the love of God.
Now, taking a look at some international news, energy analysts have criticized Nigeria's ban on fuel trucks getting up to 60,000 liters, arguing that improving road conditions will be a more efficient way to prevent tanker accidents and explosions. The government announced a ban as part of efforts to enhance road safety. CGT in Africa reports.
Petrol tanker driver Musa Yahaya and his colleagues are weighing up changes in their line of work. They are not happy about a ban on heavy trucks, saying they are not completely to blame for accidents on the roads.
I drive a 45,000-litre truck, but I have friends that drive the ones with 60,000 litres capacity. This ban will affect them because they will be out of work, and I am not happy.
Petrol tanker accidents and explosions leading to deaths occur often in Nigeria. Last week, 40 people lost their lives, while 6 others were injured when a truck was involved in such an accident in the north-central state of Niger. In January, another truck which was loaded with petroleum products had an accident and exploded in the southeast state of Enugu, leading to the death of over 80 people. Nigeria's Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority says the ban on big trucks is expected to reduce casualties, allowing only lighter trucks to continue operations. But energy sector analysts say the government's measure will not completely eliminate accidents on the roads. They say fixing bad roads, which contributes to road accidents, is the best thing to do.
To be honest, the trucks are big and the impact from the accidents is many times devastating. But I think we are shying away from the main issue, which is bad roads. The trucks don't just have accidents, bad roads contribute hugely to it. We already have an unemployment problem in Nigeria. Banning operations of the trucks will leave some people jobless. In any case, the smaller trucks will also be involved in accidents. Just fix the roads and things will be better.
But the government insists it will enforce the ban effective March 1st, and that it's just one of several measures it is taking to address the situation. It says it is also sensitizing truck drivers on road safety, and it has allocated over $500 million in this year's budget to fix roads across the country. Tessim Akendi, CGTN Jos.
Now that concludes all the news we had at this hour, but however, the remains of the late Dr. Sam Shaffi Nujoma are in procession en route, that is to the Grootfontein Air Base, and we can see there in the background that is the military procession. and as well as Nzishi on standby at the Grootfontein Air Base, where the remains are expected to be airlifted, that is to Erongo region, specifically at Walvis Bay International Airport. So we're crossing over to Nzishi. Nzishi, good morning to you and the team. What are things looking like on the ground there at the Grootfontein Air Base?
Lord, very good morning to you. A very good morning to our viewers, wherever they're finding themselves. I apologize for the noise, but we are at the Grootfontein Air Force Base. This is, of course, where the remains of founding president arrived yesterday. We saw the memorial service taking place here in Grootfontein. And, of course, the remains of the founding president laying in state overnight. As we speak, of course, that is to Walvis Bay, of course, the Walvis Bay, or the original memorial service. As you can see behind me, of course, I'm standing just in front or next to the Shan G Y9E aircraft. Of course, one of the latest acquisitions of the Namibian Defence Force of the Air Force, the Air Force wing, pardon me, of the Namibian Defence Force. As you can see, of course, this is the NAF 1962 lot. You had a number of conversations with Colonel Shilumbu of the NDF on the significance of these crafts, but you can also see the other aircraft, and both of them were commissioned last year, December, by President Nangolo Mbumba. Of course, this is some of the new acquisition, the new tools, the new equipment for the Namibian Air Force to ensure their capabilities. And what's really interesting about these aircrafts is that Namibia is amongst the first countries that have acquired this Shan G Y9E model. And I just want to run you through some facts on this aircraft and, of course, its capabilities. I know, Lot, you already had conversations with Colonel Shilumbu about this, but just perhaps for our viewers who've missed out on this conversation. Now, essentially, this aircraft measures approximately some 36 meters in length. It, of course, boasts a wingspan of some 38 meters, as you can see there, propelled by some 4 engines. Furthermore, it also boasts a maximum payload capacity of 20 tons, meaning that this aircraft can take 2 to 3 light vehicles, pardon me, Lot. It can take 2 to 3 light vehicles, as you, of course, have seen over the course of the past few days. Furthermore, the aircraft can also achieve a maximum cruising speed of 660 kilometers per hour and can operate at a cruising altitude of about 7 to 8 kilometers and has a maximum range of some 5,200 kilometers. Of course, that number being very significant. NAF 1962, that's standing for Namibia Air Force. And the 1962, pardon me, is, of course, the date of birth of, that is, Air Marshal Martin Pinihas, the head of the Air Force. And similarly to the other aircraft, as I mentioned, of course, there are 2 in total. That aircraft is known as the NAF 90. The 1990, of course, representing the date or the year of Namibia's independence. Very significant aircrafts, very significant for Namibia. But as I mentioned, of course, these aircrafts are on their way to Walvis Bay. I understand that the procession is entering the Grootfontein Air Force Base. They are making their way, as you can see. Much of the personnel are lined up. They are ready to receive the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, as he, of course, heads to Walvis Bay, heads to the Erongo region, a place that he was not unfamiliar with. Matter of fact, Walvis Bay was really where the political consciousness of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma awakened. This is, of course, where cleaner. It was really during that time when, Sam Nuyoma's political consciousness was awakened. And today he goes back to this town. Today he goes back to of course, to allow the people of the Erongo region to also pay their homage, to also pay their respects, as far as, of course, saying goodbye to this gallant son of the Namibian soil. Of course, we've seen over the past few days, President Nangolo Mbumba has designated a number of leaders in the country to, of course, represent him at these memorial services. And for the Irongo Memorial Service, we have been informed that, of course, Ben Namadila, well-known politician within our political space, will be representing the chief mourner during today's memorial service in Walvis Bay. As mentioned, you can see behind me, of course, quite the hive of activity, just getting the final details in place as they will be, of course, loading, that is the casket, loading the remains of founding President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. We do understand that the gun carriage and, of course, the casket will be the only items being loaded here onto this aircraft. We perhaps that the RG vehicle that has been carrying the gun carriage and, of course, the casket might go along, but we've been informed by the local personnel here that in fact they do have another RG vehicle in Walvis Bay, so that will be only the remains of Dr. Nujoma, and of course the gun carriage will be making its way, that is to Walvis Bay. That's all we have for you now. I'm also here with, of course, my co-presenter, that's Evelyn Polis. Evelyn will be with us in a bit, of course, to take us through what is transpiring here as far as, you know, the procession process ends here at the Grootfontein Air Base. You can see there, of course, the armed men and women in their uniform preparing, of course, marching behind us there to, of course, give, that is, the proper guard of honor and their former commander-in-chief, the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. We are at the Grootfontein the Dimo Hamambo garrison, of course, a very important name, a very big name within the liberation struggle of Namibia. Of course, Dimo Hamambo had taken over the leadership of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia following the death of Tobias Hanyeko. I believe that was in the 60s, 1967, if I'm not mistaken. So this base, this has been, of course, named after him to honor the contributions. He was also the chief of staff of the Namibian Defense Force from 1990 up until his passing in 2000, 2001, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, we'll continue to bring you updates as they unravel here. As I mentioned, my co-presenter, reporter Evelyn Polis is on standby to take us through, that is the end of the procession here at the Grootfontein Air Force Base.
What we are seeing on our screens right now is the troops, you know, just performing their drill to receive, that is, the remains of the late founding president, as we have seen that they are about to arrive at the Grootfontein Air Force Base. Just as Ndishishi has indicated, the red carpet has been laid, the aircraft is open, and they are ready.
Indeed. We also know that the quarter guard also takes place during this time around. Also getting an update from the Shishis this time around is that possibly it looks like as if that only the remains as well as a gun carriage will be carried in one plane, that will be airlifted in one plane, possibly, which means we could also see the introduction of the other plane also flying, that is to Walvis Bay. So we did all the other routes. The White Wolf was the first one to depart, but the indication that we're getting from the Shishi is that it looks like as if this plane that's carrying the remains will only carry the remains as well as a gun carriage, and the other plane might possibly carry the other delegation, which includes bearers, pallbearers, and family members who are part of the procession that will be making its way, that is to the Irongo region, specifically in Walvis Bay, from the Grootfontein Air Force Base. That's at the Dino Amambo garrison. We know that Dino Amambo was the first commander, was the first chief of the Namibian Defense Force from 1990 to the year 2000.
We are also seeing right now that the RG-32 has made its way on the tarmac. It has arrived, and it is, of course, pulling, that is the gun carriage that is containing the casket with the remains of the late founding president. So it has officially landed on the tarmac. So the process will now commence of, taking off the casket, it being placed, and, like you said, that is the
quarter guard.
The quarter guard, yes, which is different from the silent guard. So we do see it on our screens now. The quarter guard is about to begin, and we have Evelyn Paulus on the tarmac ready to update us on the quarter guard process. It's over to you, Evelyn.
We remain here at the Grootfontein Air Force Base, where the procession, of course, have arrived. We are witnessing the arrival of the casket, that's of the late founding president, just in the background before it takes off to the next destination. The people are here, they are waiting. We also have delegates, representatives of the region here at the Air Force Base, just waiting for the casket to be loaded on the aircraft before it's taken to its next destination. Of course, there are a lot of Air Force personnel waiting and making sure that everything goes smoothly. We will be here until the casket is loaded. We will remain with you until that time. Well, currently we are witnessing the gun carriage that is carrying the casket of the late founding father. Just in front, basically at the back of the aircraft, ready to be loaded on the aircraft. We remain here at the that moment when it gets on the aircraft. The energy here is very emotional as we send off the remains of our late founding father to his next destination for another memorial. The Oshodonjupa region hosted its regional memorial. That's yesterday. Here in Grootfontein, where we had a lot of people viewing the body founding father. The takeoff. There are a lot of vehicles here just waiting for basically the to kick start of where they of course straight we are marching towards the body will be loaded for the founding president.
Mark time. Left. Wait. Left. Wait. Left. Wait. Left. Wait. Rehearse. Hold. Beres. Salud.
There you have it. There you have it. Of course, the remains of founding President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma have just been loaded onto the Shan G Y9E aircraft headed for, that is, Walvis Bay for the Irongo Regional Memorial Service. Of course, that takes place today at the town of Walvis Bay. You can see the servicemen just stepping out of the aircraft, having ensured that, of course, the casket has been fastened, and of course ensure that they do leave the Grootfontein Air Force Base in a short while. Just to take you through the program, perhaps in terms of what you can expect to transpire in Walvis Bay, the procession is o'clock, and I'll just take you through the legs for, of course, those who are finding themselves in the Walvis, in the Irongo and Kunene regions. Remember that today's memorial service, of course, is dedicated to the people of Irongo and the people of Kunene. Remember that there was concerted efforts in ensuring that we pay homage in perhaps a more cost-effective manner. And as such, of course, the government has combined these memorial services for a number of regions, for instance, and in this case being the Irongo and the Kunene regions. Now, the first leg of the procession will begin at 11, and it will be from the Walvis Bay Airport to Dune Mall. Now, from Dune Mall, the remains of founding president are expected to be taken through the 18th Street E to Union Street. The third leg of today's procession in Walvis Bay will take place from Union Street to JF Mabakeng, whereas the fourth stretch of the procession will go from JF Mabakeng to Sam Nujoma Avenue. Now, the fifth leg will go from Sam Nujoma Avenue to Nathaniel Mahulili. Of course, two names that need no introduction. Nathaniel Mahulili was taking care of matters here during his time in exile. Mahulili, of course, acting as SWAPO president for some 27 years during that long, bitter liberation struggle. And of course, those streets will be converging as well. Also symbolizing, their friendship, their camaraderie over the years, over the bitter years of liberation. Now, from Nathaniel Mahulili Street, they will head into, that is, Quisep Mood Stadium. And of course, we are expecting that is the memorial service to begin shortly after that. Now, on the 26th of February, the remains, that is tomorrow, will depart from Walvis Bay Airport to Keetmansop Airport, and he is expected to arrive at roughly 20 minutes past 10. Of course, I'm not here alone. I do have my colleague Faith Sankwasa with me here as well. Of course, Faith is standing by with the first citizen of the Oshadon-Jupa region. That's Governor James Orikwa. Of course, he's been tasked with receiving the remains here as well. And of course, you can see a delegation comprising of the chief mourner who represented the chief mourner. That's the Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Peter Kashavivi, also in attendance here. Faith, it is over to you, of course, standing by with the governor.
Thank you very much, Ndishishi. Right now we are at the Grootfontein Military Airport Base. I'll be engaging with the governor on what transpired yesterday leading up to today to mark the final conclusion of the regional memorial service of Oshadon-Jupa region. Good
morning, dear mourners, Republic of Namibia.
Do take us through from yesterday's event leading up to today to mark the final conclusion of the regional memorial service.
Yes, the procession yesterday arrived earlier than we expected, and as a result, we already indicated that we had made necessary adjustments and preparation to ensure that anything that happened, we are able to adapt to that, and we have done exactly that. The procession have arrived around 10 o'clock, and as a result, we then went straight into the streets of Grootfontein, all the way to the stadium, and upon arrival at the stadium, exactly at 12 o'clock, we commenced with our program officially. And I'm grateful that indeed, with a good preparation and a strong team that I have behind my back, we managed to pull it off to the best of our ability. We managed to pull off our program by exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Our program was completed, and that is the best that we could have done. And I'm grateful to that, and grateful to the people of Nujoma region, the support that we got from Maheki region Governor Ganate, who came to also to participate, and indeed the Chikoto region that they sent an entourage that also came to give us support and solidarity. Today we are standing actually at the final process of the whole memorial program. This is now where we actually give our final respect by now seeing off the late founding president's remains being taken over and flying now all the way to the coast. As you can see that the Namibian Air Force is busy under our Namibian Defence Force. We are here at the garrison, Dimo Amambo garrison, and this is a final process, and we are sending it off to say that goodbye indeed, founding father. You have touched down on the ground. May indeed the soul and the spirit of the founding father continue to bless us. As you can see how good the sky is today, it's showering us all over. And the people of Namibia, the people of Nujoma, they are here, they are all in that moment to say that we are witnessing the end of a chapter of an extraordinary personality, extraordinary individual who committed his life to nothing else but the total liberation of the Republic of Namibia. Selflessly so, a dedicated cadre, an icon of our liberation struggle, indeed a father of the Namibian nation, a liberator, a revolutionary of note, an anti-colonial activist, a person of high morale and high humility. And as a result, we want to say thank you, founding father. Thank you to the family of Madam Ovambo Nujoma, the whole Nujoma family, the Kondombolo family, the Mushimba family, for giving us an opportunity to also share a part with the founding father. May God bless us all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor. Yes, that was the regional governor for Nujoma region concluding the regional memorial service events, what happened yesterday, leading up to today, where we are at the Dino Amambo garrison, the Grootfontein military airport. Over to you, back in.
Thank you so much to our colleagues Ndishishi and Faith that are there at the Grootfontein Air Force Base as we have witnessed the remains of the late founding president have been loaded onto the aircraft. That is the aircraft that will be transporting the remains all the way to the Walvis Bay airport.
Indeed, there we're seeing the governor also definitely indicating that the processions went well yesterday, as well as the memorial service went well, things going well indeed, and that as early as 4 o'clock they had concluded their part, but significantly concluding saying that, you know, thank you to the Kondombolo, the Nujoma, as well as the Mushimba family for giving us a piece of Sam Nujoma, for us to be able to also say goodbye, to cherish his contribution. And the fact that they shared with him, that they shared their father, their uncle, their brother with the nation. And I remember when Honorable Tony Nujoma was speaking at the memorial that was held at the private residence, when he said that, you know, my father didn't see me first as his son. He first saw me as a soldier like anybody else. Imagine your own father directing you, go to the war front, go to the front, go and fight like somebody else. So it wasn't easy, but I think we can only be so thankful that they gave us an opportunity to share a part of their family member.
We are also seeing on our screens just more details of the aircraft that is carrying the remains of the late founding president. That is the Jiangxi Y9E, which is part of 2 planes that were purchased in December by the Namibia Defence Force.
Indeed. Now, of course, some of the features of this plane are quite interesting. It's the 2 planes, as Elago has indicated, that were bought by the Namibian Air Force. And obviously, it was commissioned by His Excellency, that is Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. We know that this aircraft is obviously manufactured in China, and that it's a medium-size, medium-range transport aircraft for the Namibian Defence Force. And some of the features is that it is also contains, that is an electro-optical turret with forward-looking infrared and TV sensors, that is for both day and afternoon. We know that it's got 4 engine, which has got 6-bladed GL4 propellers in terms of the features of this plane. So it's able to deploy paratroopers, and it's able to carry out so much work. It has capacity to carry up to 20 tons. So it's more than equal to the task ensuring that the caskets, the remains, and also the necessary personnel will be in secured hands.
Yes. Yesterday at the memorial service that was held in Grootfontein, some of the speakers, if I am to single out one, that is General Martin Shali,
yes,
called for one of these aircraft, so particularly the Jiangxi Y9E, to be depicted with an image of the late founding president in honor of him. And he also emphasized that he's requesting this or suggesting this so that the future generations can always be reminded when looking at the aircraft of the fact that this aircraft carried the remains of the late founding president across 7 regions in this country.
No, I think it's a significant request, and we'll definitely look forward to seeing whether or not those that might have the ability to make those decisions will be hearing that request. But I think it's a good gesture to look at it and say that, you know, this is the aircraft that carry the remains of the founding president from Windhoek all the way to Ondangwa, all the way to Rundu, and all the way to that is Katima, all the way to Grootfontein, and now all the way eventually to Walvis Bay and then Keetmanshoop. So indeed, I think it's a befitting request, perhaps to depict image of the founding president on the aircraft. But we do know that NAF 1962 already resembles, that is the founding air wing commander of the Namibian Air Force, that is Martin Phineas, when it was then a wing, as established on the 23rd of July 1994, before officially being commissioned into a fully fledged Air Force in the year 2002, that is by the founding president.
And the second aircraft is depicting the letters NAF with the numbers 1990, of course signifying and symbolizing the year in which Namibia attained its independence.
Okay. Now we'll continue to give you an update in terms of the features of those planes. However, we have an insight that is from the Minister of ICT, that is Emma Fellows, with regards to the arrangements of today's memorial. Let's take a look.
Fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, today, the 24th of February 2025, the memorial service in Grootfontein, Otjozondjupa region has concluded, and the body of our founding president is laying in state. Tomorrow, the 25th of February 2025, his remains are expected to arrive in the Erongo region in Walvis Bay, where the second last regional memorial service will be taking place. This is the following in terms of the process and route that will be undertaken for the body to go to the Erongo region in Walvis Bay of our founding president, the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. The body, as we know, continues to lay in state in Grootfontein at the stadium, whereafter it will proceed to the Grootfontein Military Air Base and will go on to the cargo plane, where it will be flown to the Walvis Bay Airport. The body is expected to arrive at the Walvis Bay Airport at 11 a.m. and proceed to the June Mall. From the June Mall, the military route procession is expected to go through the 18th Street East to the Union Street. From the Union Street, expect to proceed to the JF Mabakeng Street. From the JF Mabakeng Street to the same Nujoma Avenue, and thereafter to the Nathaniel Mahwilili Road. From the Nathaniel Mahwilili Road to the Quisub Stadium, and that is where the memorial service will be happening. The chief mourner, His Excellency President Nangola Mbumba, will be represented by the veteran Ben Amadila to give the message on behalf of the President. At this juncture, I would like to thank the media for covering the regional memorial services, the route military processions, and all the tributes afforded to our fallen hero, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. The government of the Republic of Namibia appreciates the work and the service of the media in this period of mourning. May the revolutionary spirit of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma live on forever.
beautiful pictures there that now make part of the history of the late founding president. Oh, his smile stands out in all of those pictures. We are now crossing over to Renate Rengura, who is at the Walvis Bay airport as they await the remains of the late founding president to arrive there. Good morning, Renate. It's over to you.
For crossing over to us. Good morning to you in the studio and good morning, Namibia. We are here at the Walvis Bay International Airport where we eagerly await the arrival of the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now, there's currently nothing happening at the airport, but we have been informed that between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, we can anticipate some action because that is the estimated time of arrival of the casket. Now, Sam Nujoma's legacy at Walvis Bay is basically a symbol of independence and progress. According to the many residents that we've been speaking to ever since the announcement was made, they have told us that the late founding father has left an unforgettable mark on this coastal town. He first arrived in 1946 at the mere age of 17 years old, and it is also at Walvis Bay where he got his first job at a general store. He lived with his aunt. And, you know, Walvis Bay is basically described as a catalyst for Nujoma's relocated, went into exile. Many years passed, but Nujoma finally came back to Walvis Bay on the 1st of March in 1994 to officially receive Walvis Bay back from the then colonial regime of South Africa. It was Nujoma's administration that ensured that Walvis Bay was handed back over. We understand that there were some serious negotiations that had to take place just to end decades of this colonial regime. But beyond the political achievements of the late founding president, his economic vision for Walvis Bay has also transformed this place into what it is today, a very lively economic hub of Namibia. Well, he promoted investment into port infrastructure, and this also positioned Walvis Bay as a key player in regional trade in Southern Africa. After independence, he often came back to Walvis Bay and another coastal town about 100 kilometers from where we are, called Henties Bay, making Erongo region his second home apart from Etunda as well as Windhoek in the central part of Namibia. According to the governor of this region, Neville Andre, it is both an intense responsibility as well as an honor for residents of the Erongo region to hold a memorial service later today and further have an opportunity to bid a final goodbye to Dr. Nujoma as the motorcade will proceed into the various streets of Walvis Bay until its arrival at the Kusabmund Stadium for the memorial starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now for a traffic update, I am joined by the spokesperson of the police, Chief Inspector Eleni Shapumba. Good morning. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Can you please just take us through the route that the motorcade will be taking after its arrival here at the international airport?
Oh, thank you very much. Let me greet also the viewers of NBC. I'm Chief Inspector Shapumba from the Community Policing Subdivision in Erongo region. We are very much inspired by the spirits of the founding president, the father of the Namibian nation, and the leader of the Namibian revolution, and the commander-in-chief, former commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force. We want to inform the public that we remain calm, we remain focused, and we are saying upon the arrival of the body of the former for the first president of the country, there will be a signal in terms of a siren that is going to go off 4 times. That is to warn the public or to alert the public to say it's a time of us to reflect, it's a time for us to start moving and prepare ourselves to go to the stadium. At this point, we expect those that are coming to the airport to meet the remains of the former head of state or the first head of state to also start making their way to the stadium, for we do not expect people to follow the procession. So after that, the procession will then start into the C14 road. That's the road from the airport to the township of Walvis Bay. It will then, after the C14 road, converge into Union Street. After Union Street, it will join Johnson Mabaking Street in Walvis Bay, in town, and then it will proceed through Nangolmuba Drive into the street or the street of Nujoma Avenue. From Nujoma Avenue all the way to Kusapmund, we'll then join Nathaniel Makuriri Street, and then the body will enter the stadium, and the procession is expected, the proceedings are then expected to start in terms of the memorial service. So what we have to request the public at this point in time is that we do not expect people really to park their vehicles along those main streets that I talked about, particularly Nujoma Avenue, Nathaniel Makuriri Street, and all the streets along the town where the proceedings are going to take place. At the same time, we also expect people really to give the right of way to the procession that is going to drive at that point in time. Make sure that you plan your journey properly and you do not enter at the time when you're supposed not to enter.
What do we expect from perhaps the community that sells alcohol on this day? What is your instruction to them?
We have engaged them since the beginning of our preparations, and up until yesterday, we requested them very seriously to say we do not want to see people selling alcohol during the course of the program, at the beginning of the program. And that is to say, from the morning time, we have agreed with most of them. Some of them were even calling yesterday to say we are not going to open until the proceeding is done at the stadium. Once the proceedings are done, then people maybe can be able to open, because we do not have a law on our side to restrict them not to sell. But they have a duty as citizens of this country, and we want them really to demonstrate that sense of duty and respect at this point in time.
Any other message to the residents of the Rongo region, particularly here in Walvis Bay?
Everybody is invited to attend the stadium. There will be 3 gates or 4 gates dedicated for people to enter. The first gate on the left side as you are facing the stadium next to the pavilion, or on the right side as you are facing the pavilion from the stadium, will be used or will be dedicated for senior citizens or the veterans of the liberation struggle. And then the other 3 gates in the eastern or western side of the stadium will then be used by the remainder of our people that are going to attend the proceedings. We do not expect anybody to come or carry dangerous weapons. We are not going to make noise with anybody. We are going to enforce the law. We will be conducting body searches at those gates. We want really public to cooperate with the law enforcement agencies to make sure that the event goes as smooth as possible, and we should give them the befitting, respect to our founding president and the leader of the Namibian revolution.
What other strategies have you put in place to ensure that perhaps when the people are at the stadium and they are receiving food after the memorial, they are calm and everything is peaceful?
First and foremost, we want people to police their own conducts. 35 years of independence, we might not have a situation where police should stand behind you and say, act in this way, act in that way. When you are of that particular age, we are not dealing with kids. The kids will be controlled. We are dealing with elders and parents that are supposed to be controlling others. And if you cannot control your own conduct, then how do you expect then to control other people's conduct? But we are saying the police officers are going to be deployed there. We have security agencies. We have the military there. We have members of the National Youth Service also on the ground to make sure that we put order as far as possible. But we want it food at the time of the memorial service of our first president of our country. It shows really some sort of lack of respect, but we want everybody to conduct themselves in a matured and respectful manner.
Chief Inspector, any final remarks?
We remain focused, we remain inspired, and we want to wish the Namibian people really or to extend our condolences to the Namibian people and the family of our late first president of the country, and may his soul continue to rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Inspector Ileni Shapumba, for that update. Chief Inspector is the spokesperson of the Irongo Region Police, and he was here just to give us an update on what is expected when it comes to the arrival of the remains of the founding president. We still have more interviews lined up for you. We will be speaking to some of the people that were with the late founding president just to reflect on his life here in Walvis Bay. But now it's back to you in studio.
In the heart of Namibia, where dreams come alive, stood a man named Nujoma, our spirit to thrive. A people united would say with a smile, striving for a common good, we'll walk every mile. O Nujoma, our beacon, our guide, with unity and passion, you stood by our side. At 95 years, you've answered the call. In the heart of this nation, you'll always stand tall. A unifier of hope, you've brought us all near. Your love for the youth filled our vision with cheer. Together we rise, your voice rings so true. In every young dreamer, we carry your view. As we gather today with pride and with tears, we honor your legacy, echoing through years. A people united, you've taught us with grace. Together we are stronger, together we'll face. From the deserts to rivers, your spirit roams free. In the hearts of our people, your vision will be. With every step forward, your courage remains. We strive for the future, through joys and through pains. Rest now, dear leader, your battle is done. But your flame of freedom will forever outrun. In the hearts of your people, your legacy stays. Nujoma, our hero, in countless bright ways. A people united, striving to achieve one common good, for all the members of society will always emerge victorious.
Namibia! Will be free! Namibia! Will be free!
Welcome back. We saw that before we took a break, we saw that Renato Ngule was speaking to Chief Inspector Eleni Shapumba from that Napol Erongo region in terms of those the preparation as well as the procession that is expected with the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma.
Yes, and he indicated that they are prepared, all systems are go. They are ready to receive the remains of the late founding president for the 6th Regional Memorial Service. He also, I think, mentioned something different, which I've not noticed in the previous regions, where he indicated that they will be ringing the siren 4 times to indicate that the remains have arrived and residents should make their ways to the street, which is a really smart method they are using that side.
Indeed, quite interesting. That's different from the other regions. I think we did also share with you earlier that once more again that in terms of that procession at exactly between 11 and 11:28, that is to come from the Walvis Bay Airport to Dune Mall, and then we know that between 11:28 to 11:33 Dune Mall, that is through 18th Street to Union Street, and 11:33 to 11:43 Union Street to JF Mabakeng, as well as then from 11:43 to 11:48 JF Mabakeng to Sam Nujoma Avenue, and then 11:48, that is 12:08 Sam Nujoma Avenue to Nathaniel Mahwilili, and then 12:08, so that's to 12:20 Nathaniel Mahwilili to the Kuseb Stadium, where the remains will then, of course, be prepared. That is for the memorial service that will be taking place. Anticipation is that it will start at 2 o'clock, but we could possibly see ourselves it starting earlier, considering that yesterday also we started much earlier, that is in Ochunonjupa region.
Yes, and we do know that there are different factors that influence the time, but we are following it live on television, as we do see on some of the windows on our screens right now. The aircraft is on the tarmac, and we do see about 2 engines that are on currently, which is indicating that they are preparing to take off. They were expected to take off at 8 o'clock. It's currently 17 minutes past the hour of 8, but considering that we are seeing the engines currently on the aircraft that is the Jiangxi Y9E, it means that they will be taking off any time from now. And our colleagues Ndishishi Hamfungu, Faith Sankwasa, Evelyn Pollers have been updating us from the ground since the early hours of this morning. We also saw that the representative of the chief mourner and delegates of the region were there this morning and are still there to see off the remains and to send off the remains to the next region. The representative of the chief mourner for the Ochozonjupa region was the Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Peter Kashavivi, and he is accompanied there at the stadium, or rather at the Grootfontein Military Air Force Base, by the dignitaries from that is the Ochozonjupa region.
Now we know that the aircraft is powered by 4 WJ-C6 turboprop engines, which each rated at 5,100 horsepower, which features that 6-bladed JL4 propellers. That's obviously, if you're seeing in terms of those propellers, have got 6 blades that are in terms of the engine that are rolling, and that indicating that the plane is about to take off. I'm sure it's waiting for instructions. That's to start taxiing on the runway before it takes off. And definitely we'll continue to show you those visuals before it takes off, so that it can arrive in, that is the Rongo region, where we will have, that is the 6th regional memorial, which is the second last. And once it completes, obviously, then we'll have the 7th one that is expected to be in Cape Swap, that is considering, to cater for, that is both the Karas as well as the Hardap region.
Yes, a strategic move there by the Namibian government with selecting those regions in order to just ensure that even those where the casket will not arrive are able to travel to the nearest region to be part of these regional memorial services. But viewers, if you are finding yourself in the capital city this morning, it is important to take note that there is a full-scale rehearsals of the military route procession that will be starting this morning at 8:30, just in a few minutes. Now, this procession procession will start from the Hosea Kutako International Airport, that is on the B6 road, and this will go through the entire procession route in Windhoek before the body will be taken to Parliament. Now, this procession that is taking place today is just a rehearsal. It's a drill. Do not be alarmed. Do not despair. Just do follow the necessary instructions that is provided, and take alternative routes if you were meaning to take some of those routes beginning from the Hosea Kutako International Airport to Parliament. Now, this rehearsal is taking place ahead of the memorial service that is expected to take place in Windhoek on Friday, but Windhoek expects the remains of the late founding president to return on Thursday. So this is the rehearsal for that Thursday military route procession that is expected. Lot, I think I'm seeing on our screens that the aircraft now indicates that all engines are on.
Indeed, I think this is a time where the colonel will be happy and saying that everything looks set, we are ready to go. I think it's just an issue of probably receiving instructions and from air control to indicate and say, you are ready to hit the runway, please taxi, and then eventually we will have that is of takeoff, and then we could be seeing it momentarily in the air and sharing those visuals with you. Now, with regards to that is the full-scale rehearsal that you're also talking about, I think the law enforcement and security cluster has also requested that the public to appeal for public patience, cooperation and collaboration in this regard. I think what is worth also indicating that we received this morning is that the NDF troops are being deployed along the road for the rehearsals from any time from 8:30, so please expect specific roads that might be closed, and that
the aircraft has started moving. I think as we're seeing there, that is the taxi that you have been indicating to us, Lot.
Yes.
The aircraft is currently moving on the tarmac, about to take that position where it will then take off, where the remains are expected to arrive. That is in Walvis Bay International Airport at 11 o'clock.
Now, that is a Sanchi Y9E. Of course, that forms part of the new 2 aircrafts that were commissioned by the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force in December 2024. Again, Martin Shirley yesterday speaking, saying, as you alluded earlier, that perhaps you should have some form of, to recognize this plane, to say, how do we take it? Okay, but we do understand that Ndishishi Amufungu is on the tarmac with an update. Ndishishi, good morning once again, and it's over to you.
Family of, that is, the founding president, accompanying the aircraft is, of course, based here in the service for the Windhoek and Oshikoto regions. The aircraft is on its way to Walvis Bay. We expect it to land in the next 1 or 2 hours. Of course, we anticipate a procession with them in the after for, that is, the people of the of Walvis Bay.
Apologize for that poor sound difficulty from our colleague Ndishishi, who is on standby at the Grootfontein Military Air Force Base. We will be sorting that out and crossing over to him just shortly so that he can provide us with an update on what is exactly happening on the ground. We are seeing on the visuals that the aircraft is now taxiing and preparing to take off on its way to the 6th region, that is Erongo region. It will land at the Walvis Bay International Airport, where the military route procession will then take place from there all the way to the Kwisipmoon Stadium, where the memorial service will be held later this afternoon.
We do understand that we have sorted out the sound quality matter, and that Nishishi is on standby and he's ready for us. Nishishi, good morning, and it's over to you once again.
Many thanks for staying with us. Elago, lot scenes here from the Grootfontein Air Force Base, where we just saw the Shan G Y9E making its way to the runway. and he is expected to, of course, take off any moment soon. Destination, Walvis Bay, that's where the next memorial service will take place for the people of the Erongo region, for those finding themselves in the Kunene region as well. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, government was intentional about using the time, the resources optimally to, of course, pay homage to, that is, the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Right now, as we speak, of course, the remains of founding president is on the Shanji Y9E, as well as the family accompanying the remains, and they are expected to land in the next. The procession is expected to kick off at 11 o'clock this morning, beginning at the Walvis Bay Airport and, of course, ending at the Kwiseb Mund Stadium. I'm joined here by my two colleagues who, of course, have been making sure that the Grootfontein Memorial Services, the Otjozondjupa Memorial Service, is a success as far as the coverage of it is concerned. I'm joined here by Faith Sankwasa as well as Evelyn Polis, names that, of course, our viewers have been hearing for some time. Evelyn, Faith, good to see you guys. How are we doing?
Good morning, this is Oh, yeah, very well. Hi.
Faith, perhaps let's start with you. It's quite loud, so we're just going to try and speak a bit loud. Just what is your overall reflection on yesterday's memorial service, and what do you make of, the organization of the memorial service here?
Thank you so much, DCC. Yesterday was quite jam-packed. We were thrown in the thick of things, trying to prepare everything, kilo views and stuff. Yes, we ran into it. We dived in it. Yes, we did the morning, Good Morning Namibia show. It went well. We spoke to the governor. He indicated and detailed everything properly. Working with the young leadership, it's easy to connect with them. So yes, we did good there, and then we rushed to the airport. While we were rushing to the airport, we experienced such a wet weather. We're having a wet weather right now.
Well, yes.
It's cold, it's raining, but we also then managed to come and engage with some of the leaders here. When we were here, also the scene itself, when they were disembarking the casket, it's generally, they tell you that don't be emotional, but we are humans. It's difficult to just to suppress tears. It was a sad scene for me. It takes you back to lost loved ones. Nonetheless, we pulled through Ndishishi, and then we rushed through the whole chaos, manpower. We then rushed through to another point where we met up with the procession on the last leg of the procession heading to Omolonga Stadium. And then, yes, there was a little bit of an encounter there where I almost got run over by a traffic vehicle, which, shook me off a bit, but we also then managed to pull through there and then rushed to join you guys at the stadium.
Very much. We certainly appreciate everything. You've been so kind in receiving us as well as the Windhoek team, and of course just guiding us in terms of coverage, of your region, of your area. Certainly appreciated. Evelyn Polis, what was your overall experience so far? As far as covering the memorial service of the founding president here?
I must say, I was very glad, to be part of the whole process of sending off the founding father, and just also letting the nation know on what is happening here in the region, with the whole memorial. We covered it from the beginning. As you can see, currently it's the flight is taking off. So we've been here throughout. It was a beautiful process, and I must say I'm quite privileged also to be, one of the people to see the founding father of. Yeah.
Very much. Thank you so much. Of course, just scenes there. The Shanji Y9E has officially left the Grootfontein Air Force Base. It is en route to Walvis Bay Airport. It is expected to land in the next hour to 2 hours, where, of course, we are expecting the Walvis Bay, the Erongo Regional Memorial Service to take place. Just in conclusion, Faith, of course, as a learning curve, for all journalists, I think, we've been sort of caught off guard. Going back to a year ago, where we, of course, lost our former president, the late Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob. A year later, and some 4 days later, while still, remembering the legacy of Dr. Geingob, of course, we lost our founding president. Just as you rightfully mentioned, sometimes as journalists, we're also just humans. Just how do you reflect on these moments in your professional career, and what have been some of the key lessons for you here?
Yes. When we lost the president last year, I underestimated the whole magnitude that goes into the production of such events. So then when we were thrown in the thick of things, I then understood better. It's not easy. It's really not easy. We live to learn every day. We'll have bloopers, you know. I had that encounter yesterday. We'll be tongue-tied. But yes, we live to learn, as I'm saying, that this moment it's so somber, you know. As my colleague said, I'm also one of those people who are privileged to have been close, and I also did the body viewing. Yeah, we live to learn. Thank you so much also for engaging with the teams from Windhoek.
Absolutely. Evelyn, just briefly, so what have been some of the key lessons for you, you know, from these productions here?
All right, I think throughout the whole process, we also, as she said, we also get emotional, you know, as reporters, but we try to, you know, stay strong just so that we bring the message out, you know, clearly to the viewers, the listeners. So I think, you know, we lost our president and then again the founding. So for us, we learn, you know, just strength, you know. The key thing here is to send out the message clearly to the viewers. So we focus on that.
Thank you so much. Of course, reporters Evelyn Paulus, Faith and Kwasa are responsible for covering that is the Oshadunjupa region, just reflecting on yesterday's memorial service and the overall experience in terms of covering these memorial services. Of course, as mentioned, the plane is currently en route to Walvis Bay and is expected to arrive there very soon. From all of us here, thank you so much for, of course, being with us this morning. Thank you so much for being part of this process and seeing off the remains of that is founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma. Nonetheless, do stay tuned. The NBC continues with its coverage and honoring this gallant son of the Namibian soil.
Thank you so much, Ndishishi there, and the other colleagues, Evelyn Paulus as well as Faith Sankwasa, depicting those memories starting from last year when we lost His Excellency Dr. Hage Gikon Geingob, former President of the Republic of Namibia. And then again, a year later, in 4 days, we again find ourselves in the same situation.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, but definitively the team is correct that we did endure. We're learning. It's an exercise. We're learning. And hopefully as time goes by, we will definitely perfect it. Not that we want our leaders to pass on, but we are all haunted by the vastness of immortality, and eventually those days will come.
Yes, indeed, Lot. We do have our colleague, Renate Rengura, who earlier spoke to the Chief Inspector of the Namibian Police in the Erongo region, that is Eleni Shapumba, but she's now on standby with different guests also to engage us on what the expectation is on the remains of the late founding president when they arrive that side ahead of the memorial service that is scheduled to take place later this afternoon at Kwisatmund Stadium. Renate, it's over to you.
Well, thank you so much for crossing over back to us. We are still here at the Walvis Bay International Airport, where we are eagerly awaiting the arrival of the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now, currently, there's still not so much happening outside. That is why we are inside, bringing you interviews with various people that had special connections with the late founding president. I am now joined by former trade unionist, Mr. Daniel Imbili, who I understand met the founding president when he was just a boy of 9 years old. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the special program.
Good morning, Renate. Thank you for having me.
Can you please just take us through, what you could remember when you were still 9 years old, meeting the late founding president?
Yes, thank you. I was privileged to have been born in Walvis Bay. Walvis Bay, the harbour town, and the bread basket of Namibia. And also fortunate, happy that I was being born by the elders who of those years were respected. I was born in an old location 50 years ago, and that's why we respect the elders. And when the elders that time met, children used to be told to be outside as the elders were discussing issues that must not be heard by the children. And that's so at our house in old location, my father was well-known because he was the first to come down here when he was just 9 years old. Immigrated in Walvis Bay via bringing the railway to the coast. And it was so that Walvis Bay was a town that was well-known through to its waters, the harbor, and everything that was imported and exported was done through here. And now, our late president, when I was 9 years old, I used to be with my father. But sometimes when my father say, "You are not coming alone, stay home," I start wondering, why is Dad tell me to stay behind, but they were going to hold a meeting somewhere in secret. And one day, my father come back home beaten up. It was late at night, by 11 o'clock. And then we hear somebody knocking, and my mom said, "Son, open up the door." When I opened that door, I saw my father walking on his knees, being beaten up. And he's there where, as a boy, the only boy among my siblings who are girls, I was so angry, and I wonder who have beaten my father up. Then after my father recovered a few days ago, he explained to me, when I asked him, "Dad, what happened?" As we were so eager to hear. Then he said it was about A, B, C, D. And it is there where I start now realizing that there is something happening. Now, the late Tate Mahudidi and all those people, all the elders of that time, the Ruben Shongas, they were meeting. And now they all liked me also. And they were telling me the history. And there was one of our family member who used to stay at our home, a family to my father. He just disappeared, and I keep on asking. Then my father, when I grew up, he told me, "No, that gentleman went with a ship overseas." And then our father bought us membership cards, the political party that time, 58 there around. Because then, that time, politics start getting its course. People start realizing that they are mistreated somehow. But now, the late that the was process. Now, because of our brothers who were coming from the north, coming to work in the fishing factories, they were contract workers being put kind of a necklace on their neck with the name of the employer where they are going to work. If it is a factory, it's written the fishing factory where they are coming, and then the owners will go to Oshivelo or they go to the station and start picking them up as if they are looking to the cattle and something like that. And it is on that background that our elderly people come together and see that this was unfair treatment that they were receiving and start taking the route to recover from this joke of oppression. And now, every time during the day, you will see that the same, when he's working, he was not alone, he was with a group of 6 or 5 people. And I can recall his smile when he liked children. And then it is on that way that when things start getting suspicious and the police and puppets start informing the police that these people are busy with underground movements, and it started getting hot. And that Sam decided, with the information given to the others, that he should better move out of Walvis Bay. And then he let the fire burning, say, mobilize, held meetings, and that the Mafuriri continue with that. My fathers and those all were also involved in organizing. Sometimes, because we grew up playing soccer here and there as youngsters, and we could not, but you could see that when visitors come, they come with the purpose of discussing issues. Because we moved from 1959 from our location to the new location, that was just a desert at that time. 1958, we hear that people were shot in Windhoek because of the forced removal from our location to Katutura. And in Walvis Bay, we only saw how the houses start burning, and we wonder what is happening. But it was a tactic that was used by the colonial forces to get us moving. And that's when we moved. In 1959, we moved to Quisapmont. It was just a desert. After there is there where also we hear that the founding father have left the country. And my father used to have a small radio that is only played by himself. We as children could not touch it. But we're going to hear what is happening in Zambia, what's happening there. Sam is sending messages, and whatever will give us feedback and say, yes, this is what is happening now outside there. The messages are coming through. But then when we grow up attending school in Quisapmont with Tate Comrade Amadila band, start also emulating. They informed, and then we used to play soccer when we were playing for Blue Water, and Tigers came and play in Walvis Bay. Then you will see that the late Hiskia Hisingi, my in-law Joshua Kamo, Tives, those guys, and Daniel Mutumbulwa, Jason Mutumbulwa, they come and held meetings after the game. It was a tactic of transforming the message to us that was coming, because the white did not know what was happening. Because I remember that the Mahuriri, Memerikumbi, and Kamatoto, Menesia, they used to climb on the drums and say, Demburu, Maburu, you leave the country, we were tired, you. And then the next day they were captured, they were harassed, they were. And now we see we have to save our people, and that's why we changed the system to bring message via the soccer games.
And did it work?
It did work, because when we were listening also over the radio, how the Jackson Kawiawa and Saki Nawongo, they used to sing those Yemaoli Penny and those songs, and then we start now getting involved as youngsters. And now, why I want to say now is that really that the same brought this Vuma in every person to say, you have your right, you have your dignity, stand up for your right and be vocal. That is what makes us to be what we are today.
And maybe just a message for the young people, also the middle-aged community here in Walvis Bay. What are some of those values that you have learned from the late founding father that we should emulate?
For sure. You know, in the Bible, we have to respect your father, all the elders. And it's only there where you're going to find wisdom. It's only there where you're going to have the luck. Respect the elders and you will be blessed with wisdom. That's why I'm urging the youngsters who the founding father used to say they are the leaders of tomorrow, to emulate where the elders have left off, to be responsible, accountable, and respectful, and to be disciplined. Because when you are disciplined, that makes you a man. And I want that the futures, the foundation has been laid, is for them to build and work on this one, to have unity, unity of purpose, unity to build this economy. The way you don't have to cry sitting there, stand up, move, so that the government or whoever, because this independence and struggle did not come on a silver platter. Blood has wavered, has flown for us and those generations to enjoy this independence that they are enjoying today. Let's unite, stop tribalism, stop who I am, who you are, we are as one. That's why the slogan of our founding president was, One Namibia, One Nation. There is room for everybody. There is room for everybody to survive. There is room and for our children, future. Where the youngsters are ruining their own life, running to drugs and what have you. Stand up. The employment is there. If you can employ yourself, because the door is open. That's what I'm saying, that let us take education seriously. Let us, as parents, educate our children to take education seriously, because by doing so, the legacy that is left behind by our late father of the nation, he will just be happy wherever he's gone. Because he is gone, but he will never be.
Mr. Daniel Mbili, thank you so much. You've taken us through a lot of stories. I even didn't know that Tiger, Blue Waters, and all those teams, those soccer teams, used to exist since way back in the 1950s.
Yes, you know, those are the eldest team. Blue Water was established in 1936, and Tiger was the eldest one in 1930, around there. So it is there in the 60s when things start coming up. They were the messages of hope, because all those who were being playing were groomed by our late president and all the elders. And when you play like Blue Waters, we did not have those people who have been born players. We were born by the parents who were there, and we just emulate what they have stood for. That's why those teams will always remain there, and we hope that the youngsters will build on what the elders have established already.
And it's also remarkable to hear you say that you used sport. They used sport to communicate, messages that were political. Those were the events that you were using to secretly meet and fight for the liberation of Namibia. Yeah.
There are always many ways how to kill a cat, and our elderly people were talented with ideas. If they close this door, they had another door to open. And that's why you see that nowadays they say sports bring people together. It is through that these elderly people have seen a gap, that let's use this scenario by bringing the message there. While what they're expecting, group of people, when they come together, they monitor them. Yeah, did not just come by itself, but the Spirit of God have led us. This is how same we can compare him with Moses. When he was sent to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, him alone, but God was with him. That's why the God, the Almighty, was with our departed head of state, and through ourselves we could not have reached this freedom that we are enjoying today. But everything is possible by God. Things that is impossible to humankind is possible by God. So that's why we must, the youngsters, don't stay far from the Word of God. It's there where the luck lies.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Mbili, a former trade unionist. Your name is well known in the harbour town. Thank you so much for reflecting on the influence and the life of the founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Well, we will be staying here and we will bring you more interviews. We have the former Walvis Bay Mayor Alderman Wilfred Emmanuel, who also used to be a bodyguard. We will be talking to him very soon, but for now we will be taking a short break.
Kakucha nuance ziatsoringa mevi savo ishuna noyoma endengu yo muningini no osoja tsonjinga mevi olumentu ondume omunfitu savo ishuna sanoyoma wamanguru sirongo shetu Namibia katutanga ependa fure atutanga olumentu engatangala lombanjero konganjera Ojo Safishu.
Welcome back. That's signaling also that it is almost round about 9 o'clock, where we've got to say goodbye and make way for Denver Kisting and the rest of the colleagues who will be on standby. That's in the Orongo region, simply just to give us an update as to how things are moving.
Yes, indeed. They will be taking us through the military route procession. What we do know now is that the aircraft containing the remains of the late founding president has left the Grootfontein Military Air Force Base, and it is en route to Walvis Bay International Airport for the 6th Regional Memorial Service. So Denver slot will be taking us through that process leading up to the memorial service that is scheduled to take place later this afternoon.
We anticipate that the representative of the chief mourner, that's Ben Amadera, will also be the one that will be representing His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. But Denver and the team will also be taking through the program in terms of what we can expect, who will be speaking, who will be, making remarks on behalf of the family, who will be speaking on behalf of the Nujoma Foundation, and so much more.
That's indeed correct. Lot and I will be back on your screens again tomorrow morning from 6 to 9.
Until then, we will see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
The Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, digital, television, and radio platforms brings you comprehensive coverage on all proceedings and special live broadcasts following the passing of founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma. We remain committed to bringing you around-the-clock updates of all proceedings and programming on the life and times of our fallen hero until the burial, as the nation mourns the loss of an iconic and historic figure. May his legacy live on forever. NBC, it's ours.
Of a child, gratitude flows pure and strong. Dr. Nujoma's journey was one of sacrifice. A path walked, so many generations may dream without limits.
Greeting to all of you. My name is Anita. My name is Wasi. My name is Annie. My name is Krishna. My name is Natanga. My name is Tanite. We are all from Sunshine Private School. Today we are here to honor a great leader, a hero and father for the nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma.
He was the first president of Namibia and the man who led our country to independence. Dr. Sam Nujoma was a brave soldier who fought for our freedom.
He believed that all Namibians need to live in peace, have equal rights, and build a strong, united country.
Because of his hard work, we can go to school, dream big, and live in a free Namibia.
Let us always remember his courage, his kindness, and his love for the country.
May we follow his example by working hard, respecting each other, and keeping the country strong.
Long live his legacy!
A country where no swine shall give it.
My name is Shuna Daringo, and I am in the film and creative industry, and I'm also in the real estate agency. So I had encountered him on 2 occasions. The first time was in 2013. I went with a couple of friends who had just come out of, the Big Brother platform. And so we went there to basically introduce ourselves and tell him more about the platform. And I think for me, it was an opportunity as well to engage him in terms of, where his thoughts were on entertainment and film and TV. I think from that encounter, I realized that he was very open, to the transitioning of the digital space and the film space as well. And so for me, it just boggles with my mind a little bit. Somebody who's coming from the war era, to now this new age digital film and TV and entertainment era. But I love the fact that he embraced it and he was not, sort of like, stuck in his own ways. And it's something that I can't forget. And the second time that I met him, it was one of the SWAPO rallies. It was for me, it was more a moment of just appreciation, standing next to this big giant and big, catalyst for change, and somebody who helped mold our future. I mean, the year that he signed that document for our independence is the year that I was born. This was 1989. So, to be standing next to somebody who actually helped you come into a safe space and a safe environment, I think I felt a lot of appreciation. And I think even now, just reflecting back on the moment, I should have probably, sort of like grounded myself in the moment a little bit longer, because now that I'm older and, with sort of the research also that I've done over the years and with everything else that I've come to know about him, I hope that I, would have just held on a little bit tighter to that moment, because now I feel so much appreciation and gratitude for all that he's done for us. When he spoke about perseverance, and I mean, it's not something that he just says casually. We've seen the testament to that perseverance, throughout his lifetime. So I think that is one of the things that stood out for me the most in our conversation. And also just his calm demeanor as a person. When a person is very calm but still demands a lot of authority and demands a lot of respect, I think that was sort of like what that moment felt like. I've heard quite a few people say that he was very decisive, in his leadership, and I couldn't agree with that more, because he was a man of his word, but he knew exactly what to say and what to do at every time, and obviously he also had counsel around him. But obviously you must be somebody who can receive counsel for you to be, a strong leader amongst your community, because, if you're working for a community, you should be able to work with the community. So I think that he appreciated the people that were around him. I mean, you look at all these veterans, that had very fond memories of him. And a lot of the memories that they shared with us were memories that included some of the personal experiences with him, apart from just the political part of things. And that shows that this was a person who was grounded in his community, and he was a person who was also open to anybody and everybody of whatever not nationality, but tribe you were. So I don't think that he was somebody who was tribalistic in the sense to say, I'm only fighting for the Ovambo people, but I'm fighting for Namibia as a whole. And I think that's very respectable.
With its clear aims and objectives to liberate Namibia from South African fascist colonial oppression, and to create a people's government, a government that will serve the interest of all the Namibian people, irrespective of their color or race or places of origin.
When we would watch him on television, it was sort of like this person who was just too big, you know what I mean? And probably, too authoritative as well, in a sense. So when you meet this big giant of a person and this big tree, as we say, you feel the warmth, It's like standing under the shadow of a tree. I think that's sort of like how I'd like to describe that encounter. So there was more than just, this big authoritative person that you see on TV, and it wasn't as, what is the word? It wasn't as scary, so to say. I think meeting him, I love the fact that I met him because I could then just, add a bit of, human to him, because he seemed like this big superhero, that you just cannot, conversate with. But the fact that he was open to engaging us, that let me know that he really is a father figure to the nation. I would like to extend my condolences to the bereaved family, to the community at large, and the nation at large. In as much as, we are mourning, I would like us, to sort of like also take this moment to just be thankful and just be, and just reflect a little bit and just know that things could be worse if it was not for somebody's blood, sweat, and tears. So I think that's the message that I want to leave with you guys today.
We will miss you. Farewell, farewell, farewell. Dr. Sam, Nujoma, we will miss you. Farewell, farewell, farewell. For all you've done for the nation.
Dank u Nene Lot, dank u Nene Elago. Thank you for keeping the fort between 6 and 9 here on all NBC platforms. Good morning to you and yours, Namibia. My name is Denver Kisting. It's again such an honor to be in your company. Now, in 4 days' time, Namibia will finally greet its founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who, aged 95, passed away in the Namibian capital on Saturday, 8 February 2025. Now, this morning, we will engage our colleagues based in the Orongo region, as we do know that the remains of Dr. Nujoma are currently en route between the Grootfontein Air Base and the Walvis Bay International Airport. The 6th memorial service regarding the regional engagements is taking place at the Ceremonial Stadium today. And in that regard, we will be speaking shortly to Renata Rengura, who's on standby with an update at the Walvis Bay International Airport. Colleague Renata, it's over to you.
Very special broadcast live from the International Airport of Walvis Bay. We continue with more interviews, and as promised, I now am joined by Mr. Wilfred Emmanuel, who was a former mayor of Walvis Bay, and he also remembers, he can recall the days that when the reintegration of Walvis Bay into Namibia in 1994 was taking place, and he's now here to reflect on the life of the late founding president. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Renate. Good morning, Namibia.
Yes. So can you just take us back in those years based on what your observations, and, tell us what had happened in 1994 when you were preparing for the inauguration or reintegration of Walvis Bay into the rest of the country?
We as Namibians living here in Walvis Bay that time, before the reintegration of Namibia, Walvis Bay to Namibia, it's like you take a fish and put it in the aquarium, whereas the other fishes are moving around in the ocean. Now, with the reintegration of Walvis Bay to Namibia, it's like it was like this. The South African government have withdrawn all the security clusters, I think 2 weeks before the reintegration, and there was no other securities that is taking care of for the whole of Walvis Bay, including the police, the army, whatever. And then during that time, there was a committee consist of 12 members appointed by then that time, it was Comrade Wilfred Mvula. He was the first regional councillor and constituency of Walvis Bay. And then under the leadership of Tatema Huilili, Tate Ben Amadilla, and Tate Sol Habib. They call us together in the community hall in Quisepmon and say, look, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the situation whereby Walvis Bay is going to be reintegrated and the South African government have withdrawn all the security clusters. We have to appoint people that are going to look after this Walvis Bay. And then some of us we appointed on that committee and then taking care of the whole security in Walvis Bay, including that was also Walvis Bay. And then during the night, we used to go even out and to go and patrol all the corners in Walvis Bay.
Tell us about that day on the 1st of March 19. Founding father came to Walvis Bay to come and receive officially the handover or the handover of the harbour town to Namibia.
No, he on the 28th, the 28th of February, moving over to the 1st of March, we had a briefing at Comrade Mahulili's house, whereby the president was also part of that briefing. And then from there, we streets of Quisepmont, and after there, they take him back to town, whereby he come back with the official inauguration and so on. Yes.
Tell us about, the things that you could remember while the founding president was in Walvis Bay back in those days.
I can remember, let me start after the reintegration here, then we invited him to Walvis Bay because we wanted to donate a piece of land to him and also rename a street in that area to Memeko Vambo Nujoma. And we invited him to Walvis Bay so that he can come and receive that piece of land in Miersech. And after the proceedings during the day, in the evening, we had a dinner at Atlantic Hotel. And from that hotel, he tell us that now, I'm not going to drive with my car now from here. We are going to walk. And then we walk from Atlantic Hotel, and then you know where Dunlop is in Walvis Bay. Opposite Dunlop, there was a building in that.
Was that the general store where he first got his job when he moved to?
Yes. He showed us also. That place has been demolished now, but that time the building was still standing. And then we walked from there up to the State House. We call it State House because it's the house where he used to stay. Yes.
How was the atmosphere?
The atmosphere was really, energetic because we used to walk because he was very fit and you must walk. It was not so something to play. You walk with him and you walk. Yeah, and the atmosphere was nice. I remember also, he was invited also with the installation of the Bishop of Anglican Church. I remember it was on the 5th of July 2016. He was invited to Walvis Bay. According to the tradition of the Anglican Church, you must take the bishop before installing outside the building, outside the church, done by His Excellency Comrade President Nujoma, to take the bishop out before installed. Yes.
Well, it's a good thing that you've mentioned that you were walking with the late founding father in town. And basically that street that you're talking about, I think it is the same Nujoma Avenue. It is part of the route that the motorcade will take before they take the casket to the stadium in Quisepmont. How special is today's proceeding for the residents of Walvis Bay?
Today's proceedings is very special because what happened is that we have been honored. And like the icon, Comrade founding president also, and even to come and pay his respect, the last respect in the street that was named after him. Yeah, and so it's a special day also for the community in this Erongo and as well as Kunene that are going to attend this event.
What are some of those values you perhaps have learned from the leadership of the founding president that you would advise the young people currently to also emulate?
The values from the founding president is that he have told us we must love one another. We must also be consistent. And the other thing also very important is to the students, we must learn hard so that we can having our own things done in our country. That is one of the values that I have learned from the president.
Any final remarks from your side?
The final remarks that I want to, we have lost a giant. We have lost the founding president. We have lost the founding president, the chief of the Namibian Defense Force. We have lost the chief of the plan combatant, and we have lost the first citizen that have put all these peoples together. And also the other one, the last one from my side is that my son is named after him. So that's why, lastly, go well, my son, and go well until we meet again.
Thank you so much, Elderman Wilfred Emmanuel, for taking us back to those years when the founding president was in Walvis Bay, motivating the people, the residents over there. Thank you. We appreciate you.
You are more than welcome, ma'am. Thanks.
Well, we are still here at the Walvis Bay International Airport, where we are waiting eagerly for the arrival of the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Currently, the scene is a bit quiet. There's a bit of that there is some military personnel that have arrived, and they are preparing for the arrival of the aircraft so that we can start with proceedings and later on join the memorial service taking place at Kusebmund Stadium. That's it from us for now.
Thank you so much, colleague Renata Rengura, based in the Orongo region, talking to us from the Walvis Bay International Airport. She, of course, was in conversation with the former mayor of Walvis Bay, Mr. Wilfred Emmanuel. Now, we do know that it takes about 1 hour and 45 minutes. That's the predicted duration of the flight between the Grootfontein Air Base and the Walvis Bay International Airport. So the casket is expected to arrive in Walvis Bay in the vicinity of 10:15 this morning. Let's talk a bit about the route that the procession will take once it arrives in Walvis Bay. Now, leaving from the Walvis Bay International Airport, it is expected to make its way to the Dunes Mall, and after passing Dunes Mall, it will move through 18th Street in Walvis Bay, moving on to Union Street. From Union Street, the procession is expected to move towards JF Mabakeng Road. From JF Mabakeng Road, it of course will make its way to a very important milestone avenue, that is of course Sam Nujoma Avenue. And from Sam Nujoma Avenue, the procession will make its way to Nathaniel Magolile Street. And from Nathaniel Magolile Street, the procession will make its way to the Kusebmund Stadium, where the regional memorial service, the sixth one that is, will be taking place later today. We know that Mr. Ben Amadila will be the representative of the chief mourner being the head of state of the Republic, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and he will be speaking on behalf of the head of state at this regional memorial service. We do know that the security cluster issued a notice that they will be doing a rehearsal in the Namibian capital today that was expected to start at 8:30 sharp to allow those commuting from especially towns around Windhoek to arrive at work on time. And once that gets underway, the duration will be in the vicinity of about 2 hours. Now, the security cluster, of course, inter alia comprises the Namibian police, the city police in Windhoek as the municipal authority, but certainly also the Namibian Defense Force. And the roads and streets that will be affected in the Namibian capital for that rehearsal: Sam Nujoma Drive, Mandume Ndemufayo Road, David Osea Merero Road, Hendrik Witbooi Drive, Moses Karweb, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and Independence Avenue. So please make alternative arrangements if you need to use those streets, those roads during the course of this morning. Now, colleague Richeline Oses is on standby at the Kwesi Point Stadium in Walvis Bay for an update from there.
Thank you so much, Denver. Now, as you mentioned there, we are coming to you live, direct, and in digital color from the Kwesi Stadium in Walvis Bay in the Erongo region. Now, they say the coastal towns have 4 weathers, and I must mention that earlier today it was really warm. And now it's a bit chilly. We don't know. It looks like we can expect rains. But of course, we are not able to predict that. As they say, they can have 4 seasons in one day. Now, standing on Namibia's west coast, that is Walvis Bay, is known for its rich history dating back to the 80s when the European explorers first arrived. And the name Walvis Bay, which means well bay, is a Dutch. It comes from Dutch, and it is reflecting its importance as a haven for marine life. Now, Walvis Bay plays a pivotal role in the struggle of independence of Namibia. Now, despite Namibia gaining its independence in 1990, Walvis Bay still remained under the control of the South African government until 1994 due to its strategic deep water harbor that we have here. And in 1992, South Africa and Namibia then agreed to join administration, leading to a treaty on Walvis Bay, which transferred jurisdiction to Namibia in 1994. Now, today, Walvis Bay is integral to Namibia. Now, Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma, Namibia's founding president, had significant connections here in Walvis Bay, and at the tender age of 17, he moved here at Walvis Bay, where he worked either at a general store or as a contract worker at the harbour town. Now, during this period, Dr. Nujoma was exposed to world politics, particularly through interacting with soldiers during World War II. Now, Dr. Nujoma's experiences here and Walvis Bay contributed to his political awakening before he moved to Windhoek and later went into exile for the independence of Namibia that we so enjoy today. Now, the town of Walvis Bay is a site of remembrance today for Dr. Nujoma, with a memorial service that is scheduled to take place later today here at the Kwesi Stadium to honor him and to reflect on his enduring legacy in the region. Now, moving on to our interview, Arandez is a town with deep ties to Namibia's mining industry and has faced both challenges and opportunities over the years. Now, leadership plays a key role in ensuring sustainable development, economic diversification, and the improving of livelihoods of its residents. Now, Risto Kapenda, who is the former mayor of Arandez and a long-time advocate for labor rights, has been at the forefront of initiatives aimed at economic transformation, infrastructure development, and social empowerment. From promoting renewable energy projects to advocating for workers' protection, his leadership has shaped Arandez in many ways. Now, he is joining us to discuss some of his experiences, the future of the local governance, and the lessons Namibia can learn from Arandez's journey. Now, thank you so much, Mr. Kapenda, for joining us. Before we dive into our interview and get more deep on this, Namibia mourns the loss of the founding president. So I just wanted to find out, is there perhaps a personal relationship that you shared with the founding, and can you briefly take us through if so?
Thank you very much for the invitation and having me here. Yes, we are mourning a hero above heroes, an icon of the liberation struggle of Namibia. Yes, I grew up in exile, and I met President Nujoma physically late 70s, to be specific, 1978, when I was a military instructor in Tobias Hanyako Training Center, dealing with anti-air defense systems. That's the guns that we use to put the planes down, South African, whenever they attacked, with an aim of not allowing Kasinga to happen again. A duty and a task that we carried out until Namibia's independence. Kasinga was never repeated, thanks to the unsung heroes of the anti-air defense comrades. Obviously, every region had an air defense system, and I was entrusted with, for training those combatants. And I was a guerrilla fighter. Yeah, as a guerrilla fighter, I met Nujoma, and I remember the first day I shook his hand, and I was so happy, and he gave me a hug, a revolutionary hug, you know, this of his combatants. Yeah, and I did not even wash my hands for almost 3 days because I was so happy to have met the commander-in-chief eventually. Later, in brief, after many combats or battles that I fought physically myself as a guerrilla, I was then identified to be one of the people to establish the first mechanized infantry brigade of SWAPO, a regular force that later formed the Namibian Defense Force of today. We have established that in exile. Nujoma tasked us to do that, and I was the brigade chief of air defense. And then the other encounter with President Nujoma is when I was identified to lead the group of aviation personnel of instructors and commanders from the front to the rear. And I led those colleagues from Luanda, Angola, to Tripoli in Libya. And we were also honored to have physically met Muammar Gaddafi. And eventually, also in the process, we met Thomas Sankara and Mohamed Buhari. It was in Libya. And we were sent by President Nujoma to go study and train as the first jet fighter pilots and engineers in Libya. Okay, and then while in Libya, Americans attacked Libya while we were there, and we were in the Air Force base. And President Nujoma was obviously worried about it, but we knew exactly what time the Americans were going to attack. That's how effective the intelligence of Libya was then. And later, when we came to Luanda, President Nujoma wanted me immediately to go and explain to him what really transpired, how did the Libyan react to the onslaught of the Americans to their country, and which we obviously did. And the last one, the greatest honor that we have, I went from military aviation to civil aviation, and I went to Ethiopia, and I was with the Ethiopian Airlines. And when President Nujoma was to come back home, I was identified as one of the members of the aviators to escort him to Namibia. So with my colleagues like later Paul Madaranakale, Michael Mushimba, Comrade William Ekanjo, and the others, we were quite a number. And so we were honored to have arrived safely and dropped Namibia as a future president, as you saw him kissing the soil I was part of that delegation. Yes. And then later, obviously, as a unionist, after independence, I met President Nujoma on many occasions, and he consulted me in very crucial aspects of labor. And obviously, we worked together very, very well, and I was honored to have his guidance. Yeah.
So much untold history coming to life. That is absolutely amazing to be able to learn some of these things. What are your reflections then of Dr. Nujoma's leadership, and how did he have an impact on this country?
Okay, first, President Nujoma was a blessing to Namibia and a Pan-Africanist to Africa. And a giant, a revolutionary giant who ever walked this planet to the world in general. You say Namibia, everybody will think about that smile of President Nujoma, those beard, that serious face. Sometimes you don't even know whether he's serious or not serious. But there's no way you can trick him, because he was always tactful, strategic, and mean. Yeah. So my reflection of the leadership of President Nujoma is that of a dynamic leader who moved with times. Initially, what he was aimed at is to unify a divided, segregated nation by the Oriental Commission, where Namas were told you are better than Vambus, Vambus are told you are better than Wavahereros, and so on and so forth. So the people were segregated, and now he has to mold them into one nation. Hence his clarion call to say one Namibia, one nation. And everybody from Ketmanshoop to Ongberume or to wherever, everybody knew when you say one Namibia, one nation. Thanks to President Nujoma.
Yes. Now, as the former governor of the Arandes town, how did Dr. Nujoma's vision help you in managing this town and developing this town?
First, you must know the history of Arandes, or A town as we call it. We are A, not B, not C. We are just A, and that we are trying to always be A. We want to always be number one. We want to lead the pack, and everybody else should follow. This town was created by Rosing Mine, or Rio Tinto, which was shareholded by the Queen of England. With other words, it was a segregated, discriminatory town where, black unmarried or single employees were dumped, actually, where others, the other colleagues, white colleagues, had been transported every morning from Walvis Bay to SWAPO, from SWAPO to the mine, and vice versa. So blacks were now segregated to Arandes. Now, after independence, President Nujoma came in to say, let's benefit from these mines. The first thing he did is the diamonds. And he turned CDM to NAMDEB, where we had 50-50 with the beers. And today, I think that's the only stride that we made as a country, where we are benefiting almost equal with the investor. So now Arandes currently we industrialized Arandes. We brought factories, we brought the renewable energy projects, we brought all other things, so that Arandes does not depend on the lifespan of the mines. Arandes is on her own now. The mines can close, that we are on our own. Yeah.
Yes,
Thanks to Nujoma's leadership.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Kapenda. Just a little update. The plane that has the remains of our founding president has landed here at the Walvis Bay International Airport. It will soon make its way to the Seismology Stadium. Residents were reportedly already waiting alongside the road to pay their final tribute. Now, part of the program for today for the memorial service will be welcoming remarks by Neville Ande, who is the governor of the Erongo region, followed by Julian Nujoma, who will give us a eulogy. And then we also had Ambassador Samuel Nujoma, who is the former governor of the Erongo region and a veteran of the liberation struggle, who will then deliver a message on behalf of the veterans of the liberation struggle. We will also have Elizabeth Asino, who will give a message of condolence and tribute on behalf of the family. We will also have a message from Chief Christian Derawa, who is from the Derawa Traditional Authority, followed by Daniel Muhuru, who is the SWAPO Party Regional Coordinator here at the Erongo region. And of course, we expect our keynote message from Ben Amadila, who is representing the president as the chief mourner. And then we will have Benita Imbamba, who is the chairperson of the Erongo Regional Council. Now, Mr. Kapenda, coming back to our interview, what is the legacy that the youth going forward can leverage or take from Dr. Nujoma's legacy, and that also could be beneficial for all Namibians?
The youth can pay tribute to President Nujoma by picking off when Nujoma left. We have to be to emulate his resilience, his determination, his unity drive for the Namibian people. But currently, as we are talking, our nation doesn't participate mainly in our resources. The economic independence is a drive that the youth must take on, so that President Nujoma can rest in peace. Otherwise, if we are not doing what he expected us to do, then we are going to fail. Particularly, President Nujoma always had a vision on almost everything, from the economy of our country, for the unity of purpose and action of our people, and hence, you, the young people, must take over where he left.
Now, before and after the independence of Namibia, what role did Dr. Nujoma then play in smaller towns like Arandes when it comes to not just the normal development of the town, but also to the economic activities? Arandes is also known for its mining activities that is around the town. So what are some of the roles that Dr. Nujoma had played? This is now before we gained independence and also after, when we take a look at it.
Yeah. When before independence, Arandes was a peri-urban for the mine. With other words, just a small mining town for the workers. Not necessarily town, but a peri-urban. It's between, almost not even a village. But then, after independence, Arandes was surrendered to the government, and we had now to transform Arandes from a peri-urban to a town, a full-fledged local authority, which is ruled by the Act of Parliament, thanks to the Nujoma dynasty and thanks to President Nujoma's legacy of transforming villages into local authorities, and Arandes benefited to that effect. Yeah, and then the other thing is, when you are having a town that is 100% depending on mines, mines are always having a lifespan. And once the resources are depleted, the town will close. In the past, we have seen retrenchments of workers from Rosing, because of the maybe non-performance of uranium in the markets. And then, so we had now to construct, to have alternative plans to make sure Arandis is diversified differently so that we don't depend mainly on the mines. President Nujoma always encouraged us to take control. That's one thing that Nujoma have done. Namibians take over, and that's what we have done in Arandis. And today, Arandis is having most of the resources and the industries that can comprise a town. Yeah.
Now, just as we conclude, what would be some of the key words that you would describe Dr. Nujoma as?
Okay. President Nujoma was a visionary. When he talked about Vision 2030, very few people understood. Namibia to be industrialized by 2030. Now he's gone. 2030 plan is still there. And he was a strategist. He was a Pan-Africanist who didn't see countries in Africa differently. He felt this is our own brothers and sisters. When they are attacked or they are having a problem, that problem is our problem. If DRC is attacked today, then it's us who was attacked. Then hence we needed to act, and he acted uncompromisingly. So that's dynamic leadership. That means you are not static. You are moving with times, and you make sure everything goes according to plan. Yeah, President Nujoma will only be honored. We can only honor President Nujoma by picking off, like I said, from where he ended. We can only honor as a nation President Nujoma by fulfilling his dreams. For example, he was so bold to talk about taking water from the Congo to the Zambezi and then to Namibia, so that Namibia can be turned into a wet land. That can be done. You know, the gas that West Europe is doing is using is from Siberia in Russia. And today we can also, how far is Siberia, for example, to London or to France or to any Western country? But the gas goes there. But for us to just take water from Congo, we feel it's too far, it's too expensive. President Nujoma was so bold enough to think about all those plans and all those ideals, and we need to emulate him, and we need to fulfill his dreams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapenda, for joining us this morning.
It's my pleasure.
Now, that was Risto Kapenda, who was the former mayor of the town of Arandis. Now, the procession will follow the route through Walvis Bay, starting at the airport and proceeding to the Union Street, and then it will continue to John Mambenke Street and then Sam Nujoma Drive before reaching the Seismology Stadium. So do stay tuned as we bring you more interviews and the live proceedings from the coastal town of Walvis Bay. The procession should be on its way anytime soon as the plane has landed. For now, I will give it back to Denver in studio to take us through.
Okay, Eos Richelin. That was our colleague Richelin Oses talking to us all the way from the Seismology Stadium, where the 6th Regional Memorial Service will be taking place later today. We know we started off last Thursday at Etunda in the Umsati region. From there, we moved to Inana in the Ohangwena region, which was followed by Rundu in Kavango East. And that was followed by Katima Mulilo in Zambezi in yesterday for day 5. It was Grootfontein in Otjolonjupa. Today we have Walvis Bay in the Erongo region. Tomorrow it'll be Keetmanshoop in the Karas region. And then the next day it'll be Windhoek, the capital of Namibia, but also the capital of the Khomas region. Now, our colleague Renata Rengura is still on standby at the Walvis Bay International Airport. We do know that the plane containing the remains of our founding president and the father of the Namibian nation arrived much earlier than anticipated, and it is being received by the representative of the chief mourner, who today will be Mr. Ben Amadila. So now it's over to our colleague Renata Rengura.
Thank you so much for crossing over to us here at the Walvis Bay International Airport, where we have been busy updating you, giving you updates on what's going on. Currently, the aircraft carrying the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma has just landed a few minutes ago, and it was expected. It arrived actually earlier than expected. However, everybody here is already on standby, and they are just waiting to welcome the remains. I'm just going to step out of shot so that Mr. Isidore Shilongo can show you what is happening here. We currently have the family members who are standing at the side of the aircraft waiting for the casket to come out. The people that are also the people that are supposed to roll out the red carpet are also just on standby. The military personnel are also here, as well as the leadership of the Irongo region. We have the governor, Honorable Neville Andre. I see him in the crowd. The SWAPO coordinator, Mr. Daniel Muhura, the mayor of Walvis Bay, and the entire Walvis Bay Council, as well as the regional council, are here just to receive the remains. We will be waiting here and waiting for instructions. I understand there's going to be a ceremony, a short ceremony, as the casket comes out of the aircraft, and from there the procession to the Kusabmun Stadium will then begin for the memorial scheduled later at 1400 hours. I'll leave you with these visuals. Well, just to give you a bit of background, Sam Nuyoma's legacy at Walvis Bay is considered a symbol of independence as well as progress. According to the many residents that we've spoken to for the past few weeks, they have told us that the founding father left an unforgettable mark on this coastal town of Walvis Bay. Now, Dr. Sam Nujoma first arrived in Walvis Bay in 1946 when he was a teenager at the age of 17 years old. He was living with his aunt that time, and it is also here in this harbour town that Bay is basically a very, very special place for the late founding president, because it was also here where his career in politics was activated. For the residents of Irongo region, specifically those in Walvis Bay, it is an intense responsibility as well as an honor for them to hold a memorial service and also have an opportunity to bid a final goodbye to Dr. Nujoma. We currently have the personnel from the Navy marching towards the aircraft to perform a ceremony as the casket comes out of the aircraft.
Is it fine? Eh?